Welcome. Welcome to the Election Night 2025 live stream from Canada's National Observer and Ricochet. My name is Adrian Harewood. I'm going to be here all night long, but it's not just me. We have people all across the country at every party headquarters and other key ridings who will bring you vibe checks and updates from on the ground. We have a panel of journalists standing by to help us understand what's happening and why it matters as the results come in. We have political analyst David Mackay, who has pinpointed some key races to watch. David will take us through the most important results coast to coast to coast. We also have journalists from independent media all over the country who will join us to talk about their local races. Before we get to all that, let's get caught up. Well, it's been a fast 5 weeks. It has been a very fast 5 weeks since Mark Carney called the race in late March. Carney had just taken over from Justin Trudeau. Remember him? Well, Trudeau's resignation was really the start to all of this. After a couple of years of declining popularity and some key by-election losses, Trudeau announced he'd resign. That kicked off a leadership race where Mark Carney appeared out of nowhere to sweep the race in a landslide. Carney's success in that race likely comes down to one person above all, Donald Trump. After Trump's election at the end of last year, he started his new term in office by threatening Canada's existence as an independent country, calling us the 51st state. He threatened Canada with massive tariffs that would devastate our economy. That moment blew up the conventional wisdom on what this election would look like. Pierre Poilievre had been agitating for an election. He had every reason to believe it would be a cakewalk. He'd been up in the polls by double digits for years. He thought he'd be running against an unpopular Trudeau in an election centering on the carbon tax. Well, that didn't happen. On Carney's first day in office, he set the carbon tax to zero. The biggest issue on the election was neutralized. Then he called for a snap election, and the Conservatives have been racing to catch up ever since. Carney has been running on the slogan, Canada Strong. He's promising to reduce interprovincial trade barriers for goods and workers. He wants to invest in infrastructure like ports, rails, and tunnels. He says he'll build an east-west energy grid. He'll make environmental reviews simpler with a maximum 2-year window. He'll give Canadian Forces members a raise. Poilievre's slogan is Canada First for a Change. He wants to cut income taxes by 15% and remove the sales tax on homes. He'll give a tax break for capital gains reinvested in Canada. He'll repeal major Trudeau-era environmental legislation. He said he'll pre-approve pipelines along a national energy corridor, and he'll override the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to extend prison sentences for some offenders. Both parties' platforms are intended to signal a readiness to fight Trump and set Canada on a course of economic independence. But there has been a clear frontrunner throughout the campaign. The Liberals have swung an unprecedented rise in the polls, but much of that rise has been at the expense not of the Conservatives, but of the NDP. Jagmeet Singh's NDP entered Election Day with a possibility of an almost complete wipeout. One thing that's been going well for Poilievre's Conservatives this election, his rallies have been energetic and massive. But will it translate to votes? And more importantly for him, will it translate to enough votes in enough different ridings to matter? Now, keep in mind, parties need to win 172 seats to form a majority government. That is, a government that doesn't need the support of other parties to do its work. But we're about to find out how much of that is hype, how much is bluster, and how much is backed up by the voters. And let's start with our panel. So I'm very pleased to welcome our panelists with us. Our panelists include Anne Lagacé Dowson, who is from Ricochet Media. We also have Max Fawcett from the National Observer. Ethan Cox is the senior editor at Ricochet Media. Thank you all for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Adrian.
So the party leaders have played a massive role in this election from the very start. Justin Trudeau's departure, of course, saw that unbelievable rise in Liberal polling, and Mark Carney taking over cemented it. Pierre Poilievre's brand has been caught in the middle. Max, perhaps I can begin with you. What will happen to these leaders if things don't go well tonight?
It really depends on what you mean by doesn't go well. I mean, I think it's a virtual certainty at this point that Jagmeet Singh is going to lose his seat. And if he loses his seat, then that means he is probably done as leader of the NDP, and they go through a process there. I think, Mark Carney, it seems awfully likely that he's going to win his seat. So I think he'll be okay unless the polls are very, very wrong. And that is a possibility, but I wouldn't think it's a likely one. The interesting question to me is Poilievre, because it seems like there is a reasonable chance that he could lose his seat and lose the election, which is just sort of an unfathomable collapse from where he was 2 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. And I wouldn't put a high probability on him losing his seat, but it is in play, and the fact that he was back in Carleton, for the last day of the campaign speaks to that. So that it really has shifted against him, and we'll see how the voters decide on things. But huge early turnout or huge advance poll turnout in his riding. It really is going to be a fascinating outcome to watch as the polls come in Ontario.
And if he loses not by a landslide, but by a slim margin, does he stay on, Max?
If he loses the election by a slim margin, I think he will try to fight. I think if he holds his seat and it's a Liberal minority, he will definitely try to hold on to that job. I think you could argue that a lot of the electioneering that he did in the last couple of weeks was aimed more at the base of his party than at the general electorate, and that speaks to, I think, their sense that they were going to lose and they needed to shore up the base in advance of a leadership contest. But look, if he loses, the election, if it's a Liberal majority and he holds on to his seat, I think he's done. I think it's just a matter of time.
And like I say, Dowson, what will happen to these leaders if things don't go well today? We seem to be having some audio issues. I can't seem to hear you, Anne. I'm not sure if it's just me. Oh, now I think now we are.
Of not turning off the mute. Sorry.
Okay.
Anyway, so I think the factions are forming inside the Conservative ranks already, and the hardliners versus the not so hardliners, the ones who are not MAGA or not as inclined to be MAGA. And so if Pierre Poilievre loses his seat, then the party's going to go through a big upheaval internally, and a new leader is going to be the result of that inside the ranks of the Conservative Party. I think it's going to go badly for the NDP this evening, and I suspect that that's the end of Jagmeet Singh as leader, and the party will be forced to rebuild once again, as we've seen it do in past, not so recent history, but we've seen the party go down and rebuild itself. It'll be interesting to see. The Greens, I suspect, probably won't do too well either, because I think a lot of Greens, a lot of NDPers, and some what we could call whatever's left of the Red Tories have stampeded to the Liberals because of the existential threat of Trump. So suddenly, despite the efforts of the NDP and the Conservatives to talk about the standard of living, the inflation crisis, in the case of the work I do, the Canadian Health Coalition, to bring healthcare back onto the agenda, the whole question of Trump and tariffs and jobs has really dominated the campaign. And I think it threw the Conservatives for a big loop, and it has benefited the Liberals greatly, because I think a lot of us find it very harrowing to hear Trump talk about annexation, to endorse Poilievre this morning on Truth Social. This is kind of terrifying for a lot of us who didn't realize that we were such Canadian nationalists. We're not big flag wavers, but suddenly, that is not that. We do not want to be part of the United States, no matter how annoyed we are with each other. We do not want to join the US. So I took my biological clock and myself, and I voted in the advance poll along with 7 million other people. It's unheard of that so many people voted so early. Clearly, they had decided what they were going to do. And I don't think there's been a lot of movement with regard to voting intentions since the advance polls, or even since the election was called. I think the die was kind of cast.
And Yves-François Blanchet is a flag waver, but not of the Canadian flag. No. And I'm curious as to what happens to him tonight if things don't go well for the BQ.
The Bloc is going to lose seats, I think, to the Liberals. I mean, they do have a stronghold, a fiefdom in and around Quebec City and in the Beauce. But I think Quebecers have surprisingly rallied around the idea of they'd rather deal with Canadian annoying issues than be part of the United States, which is surprising to me because I watched the 1988 free trade election in which Quebecers rallied around the idea of preferring to deal with the United States. So I was a student at the time, and I remember thinking, what the heck is happening? This is terrible for those of us who really wanted to defend English Canada or Canada as an entity, and with Quebec having proper linguistic and cultural status inside that federation. So the Bloc has really lost a lot of ground, and Yves-François Blanchet was a very combative guy. Even during the debates, you see he stands there sort of like a bulldog. He's looking a little desperate, and he talked about how great it was that Mark Carney took his cell phone number, and that they're going to be able to chat with each other in a way that he never did with Trudeau. So they're losing. Ils perdent des plumes, the Bloc Québécois. And I think they're going to lose seats to the Liberals. And I even in the stronghold of Rosemont Petite Patrie, where Alexandre Boulris is the last standing NDP MP in Quebec, suddenly it's a three-way race. The Bloc is back on the Bloc's always been a factor there, but the Liberals are now suddenly a factor in Rosemont Petite Patrie. So the whole tariff thing, the whole Trump thing has really changed things, even here in Jojage or Montreal, which is where I'm speaking to you from.
Ethan, what's your take? What happens to the status of these party leaders if things don't go well tonight?
Thank you, Adrian. I apologize at the Liberal event here, and so we're having a few technical difficulties. But I think it's a good question, what happens to these party leaders. I think we've got perhaps the largest number of party leaders whose future hangs in the balance in an election. A lot of the journalism that I've been doing is covering the campaigns of the NDP and the Greens out here on the West Coast. I think Elizabeth may well lose her seat in Saanich Gulf Islands, and if she does, at 70 years old, you have to assume that that's a passing the torch moment. You have to question how effectively the Green Party can survive that loss, which obviously didn't go very well the last time she tried to leave. In terms of the NDP, I think I've spoken to a number of people in the NDP who are eager for Singh to leave. And I think there's a lot of appreciation for him. I don't think anybody dislikes the man. But I think the party is ready to move on. The party is ready to pick a new leader. I think almost no matter what happens tonight, Singh is going to be leaving as leader, even if he keeps his seat. I think that's most likely. And Blanchette is an interesting question. I'm not sure. The Bloc is an interesting party, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen there. But I think definitely Elizabeth May and Jagmeet Singh's careers and leaderships are in the balance tonight.
And Ethan, you say that you've spoken with NDP supporters, maybe NDP officials. Explain the disenchantment with Jagmeet Singh, other than the fact that he just might not perform well tonight.
It's an interesting thing about Jagmeet Singh. Sorry, we've got some sound coming up in the background here. It's an interesting thing about Jagmeet Singh. I think that he, we're going to have to find a better place than this. I think that he performs much better in person than he does on TV. And so we always have this problem where I think if you're in a room with Jagmeet Singh, you really appreciate him and his leadership style. I don't think it translates as well on TV.
If I could just jump in, Adrian.
Sure.
I would also say that the NDP leadership around Jagmeet did not get the existential urgency of the moment. The guy who did get it was Charlie Angus, who went out across the country doing town halls about, elbows up and that kind of stuff. Whereas the NDP kept talking about, quality of life issues and the inflation crisis, didn't really address the larger political issue, which Carney did so well, so effectively, making himself the wartime prime minister effectively. Whereas the NDP just didn't catch that wave, didn't seem to understand how upsetting that was for a lot of people. And the NDP is formed of kind of left Canadian nationalists. A lot of the base is a kind of going back decades, fighting for Canadian independence, fighting for social programs, the things that define Canada that make it different from the United States. And they didn't really hear enough of that from the NDP, at least not early on. They tried to recoup those issues, but I think by then the train had left the station.
It's an interesting point. You would think that if anyone would be quick to jump on the to hell with the Americans bandwagon, it would be the NDP. And you're right, they kind of didn't seem to know what to do with that card when it got played. I think to me, the most striking thing, and I don't want to prejudge what's going to happen tonight, but if it goes the way the polls say it's going to go, it, Pierre Poilievre won every single battle that he tried to fight. He defeated the carbon tax. He humiliated Justin Trudeau. He beat Jagmeet Singh down to a point where the NDP's support was, was far lower than it was in the last election. And he's going to lose the war here because of winning all those battles. And not that his team is maybe particularly big on self-reflection and introspection, but that is one to think about, is maybe they were too successful in being the attack dogs and in sort of defeating their opponents.
I've noticed that none of you have mentioned Mark Carney, and so the assumption is that he has this election in the bag. But polls have been wrong before. What if Mark Carney loses tonight? What happens then, Max?
I don't think, if he loses, it will be a conservative minority, and then we'll be back in the election very quickly. There is nobody else that is remotely capable of challenging him right now, because he brought them from basically political death back to the verge of a majority government. And Liberals love nothing more than the people who can bring them towards power. So I think they would be very patient with him. He's growing as a politician. I think you saw that throughout the course of the campaign. He got a little better at sort of the political aspects of the job, and I don't know how it would go if we had another election in 6 months, but I know there's nobody else in their party that would be better equipped to lead them into it than him. And I think it's worth noting, if things go well tonight. I'm going to say that a lot until the results from Ontario and Quebec come in. Liberals should be raising a glass to Chrystia Freeland, because none of this would have happened if she hadn't gone after the prime minister with that letter, quitting as finance minister. She set all of this in motion. And no, she didn't win the leadership, and no, she didn't get the thing that she wanted, but she was the prime mover. She made this happen. And if they win a majority, it is in part Chrystia Freeland's majority.
And if I could just jump in and say, I think it's also Jagmeet Singh's doing, because he, with the cooperation and supply agreement, prolonged the lifespan of the Liberals past the best date for the Conservatives to go to an election, because that opened the door to the tariff threat actually taking shape. So, and also, to be fair to Jagmeet, he did, with that agreement, bring in pharmacare and dental care, which are the two most important advances in social programs in Canada in decades, and which will benefit millions of people. So, I think what Ethan said is right. People like the guy. He's just not a sharp campaigner. And I would just to pick up on what Max is saying, I think it's either a Liberal minority with a Conservative opposition, or a Conservative minority with a Liberal opposition. The NDP loses party status, and the Bloc gets enough seats to hold the balance of power with the Liberals, which would be a pretty interesting scenario. Or, Poilievre steps down and the NDP hangs on to party status. And so either way, it's going to be either the Liberals or the Conservatives, and I suspect it'll be the Liberals that will take power.
And Mark Carney, though, does not strike me as being someone who's used to being second place, or
No.
used to being runner-up. He signed up for this to be prime minister. What if he isn't prime minister? Will he stay as opposition leader?
Well, it's a good point. I think you're right. He has a sort of an hauteur to him when he spoke at the Radio-Canada debates. He's not a guy who's accustomed to being questioned or contradicted, right? He's a guy who's been in charge pretty much for years. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles that. But he did cast himself as the wartime prime minister, and I think he's been successful in that regard. At one of the rallies, somebody shouted out, I forget what she said, "Lead us on, big man," or something like that. And everybody laughed. But that's effectively, I think, how a lot of people are feeling. If you got to deal with Trump, who would you rather have in the room with Trump? Pierre Poilievre, Mr. Sloganeering, the attack dog of the House of Commons, an embarrassment, I think, in many ways in that regard. Or a guy like Carney, who comes to it with a certain gravitas and a huge amount of international experience. Even NDPers will acknowledge that those two choices that's an easy choice to make.
And yet there are some supporters of Pierre Poilievre who will say that he has grown over the last couple of months. He's not the same attack dog that he might have been 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, well, he's trying to be nice, and he's hauled his wife out, and sort of being seen with her a lot. I think he realized that he is grating on people's nerves. I don't know if you saw that they resuscitated Stephen Harper of all things. Like a really weird thing to do for a lot of us who remember how sour and terrible he was at the end and how everybody stampeded to the Liberals. And then that ridiculous ad of those two golfer guys who don't mention Pierre Poilievre at all. So Pierre Poilievre kind of became a disadvantage or something not necessarily to flaunt toward the end of the campaign, because that style really irks a lot of people.
Ethan, has there been too much focus? First of all, Ethan, are you still there? Okay, he doesn't seem to be there. You're there? No? Okay. Well, Max, maybe I can ask you this question. Has there been too much focus on the personal traits of these leaders and perhaps not enough focus just on their policies?
I mean, in some respects, I think that's always true. I think it's just easier to cover the personalities rather than the policies, and it certainly is easier for I think the public to identify with people rather than sort of complex policy. But this is really a weird election in the sense that the whole job is how do you deal with Donald Trump, right? That is the litmus test for so many things, is how is the next prime minister going to deal with this hurricane of instability and chaos and danger. And in some respects, that is a personality test. That is a who do you trust question. That is a who has the better instincts here, as opposed to who has the most nuanced policy on electrification or who has the best tax policy. And so, I'm always a fan of more policy analysis in elections. I think we could always stand to do more time, spend more time talking about ideas, but in a way, we need that litmus test of character, and tonight's results, I think, will probably speak to that.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, I think who could have predicted that suddenly Donald Trump was going to go back a century and start dragging tariffs out of the closet as a way of reviving a dying empire south of the border, and that he was going to talk about annexing Greenland and Canada. I mean, I think it caught a lot of people completely off guard. And suddenly the game changed. And when Trudeau stepped down, the question was who is going to be able to stand up to this guy? And it's clear that Pierre Poilievre, who is very good at sloganeering, who's very good at, a sharp response and a formulaic response, and has been very good at galvanizing that base in Alberta. I mean, we just saw a little shadow of that. There was a friend of mine in Southern Ontario phoned me to say there's convoys driving around Burlington flying Conservative flags. So he's very associated with that angry convoy kind of atmosphere. He was a bit too cozy with those convoy people. I think he has been deemed to be by the vast majority of Canadians not to be the guy who can save the country from this aggressive, somewhat crazy threat coming from south of the border. And I agree with Max that it's a bit too much about, how they look, how they appear, whether or not Carney's French is good enough when in fact it is quite adequate it's surprisingly good for a guy who hasn't spent much time speaking French. He's a very, very bright man, and he had a good base, and his French it's improved by leaps and bounds even in a few short weeks. I think it's regrettable that we seize on how people look and what their persona is. But in this case, it really is a test of personality of us. You have to have a steely resolve to stand up to a terrifying, irrational bully like Donald Trump.
And yet it makes sense because voters will have to live with these leaders for the next couple of years, and they kind of want to know who they're kind of going to the dance with. And I'm wondering if really we know enough about Mark Carney. We know, of course, that he was the head of the Bank of Canada, the head of the Bank of England, but do we know him really, Anne?
I don't think we do. And my neighbor calls him Money Carney. He's a guy who worked for Goldman Sachs, which Matt Taibbi of the Rolling Stone described as the killer squid with the blood-sucking funnel. Like, Goldman Sachs is not your friend, right? And neither arguably is Brookfield, which has part of its empire is financialized housing. So these are not entities that are friendly to regular people on modest incomes, right? That's the world that Carney comes from. He's a very wealthy man. His wife is also extremely wealthy. We don't really know that much about this guy, but we do know that he's personable, that he's caught up on the French, that he is a very sharp guy, and he will be able to outmaneuver this somewhat irrational tariff. This idea that they're going to put up a tariff wall and save American jobs. It's ridiculous, right? It's just not going to work. So I think, regrettable as it may be, and the fact that we don't know, he is, I think a lot of people suspect that he's like Paul Martin. He's a 1990s neoliberal guy, right? He doesn't talk about austerity, but he's basically an austerity guy. And I think that's a bit scary to those of us in the NDP and on the left. Like, I suspect that it's not going to be an easy ride if he does become the prime minister, but he will be the one who will be able to fend off the worst of the attacks from Trump.
Max, do we know enough about Mark Carney? And have we in the media done our due diligence in really, examining who he is and what his record is?
I think we know as much as we're going to know at this point in an election campaign. I think Anne's points are very well made, and I don't necessarily agree with the framing of Brookfield, but anyways, that's a whole other issue. But I think in a weird way, in the same way that Carney has completely absorbed the NDP vote, he will give life to it again. In the weeks and months to come, because there's a lot for the NDP to work with there. There's a lot that is different in what he brings to the table versus what they bring to the table. That was not really the case with Justin Trudeau, right? Justin Trudeau ate a lot of their policy lunch. He occupied a lot of the same sort of intellectual space. And Carney doesn't. Carney is like an OG Paul Martin liberal, balancing budgets, focused on the economy, and that gives the NDP a ton of room to operate in. So yeah, they're going to be decimated tonight. That's not going to be a good result. But I think it will give them time and space to recover in the next little while.
We're joined now by Karen Pugliese, who is, of course, with Ricochet Media. Karen, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
I can, and I was loving that hat that you were wearing about a minute ago.
I can redo it.
Thank you. Yeah, put it back on. Karen, I'm not sure how much of the conversation you've heard, but we've been kind of assessing the kinds of campaigns that the leaders have had to this point. What's your assessment of how the leaders have fared over the last 36 days?
I think everybody's been surprised by the switch that we saw in the polls between the Liberals leading, with the Liberals leading. I think, I was hearing a bit of the conversation, and one of the things that Max had said that I thought was really interesting was, that Mark Carney wasn't sort of campaigning to the left as Liberals generally do and stealing the NDP thunder. I think actually he's been campaigning a little bit to the right, and he's making a lot of those conservatives who, might feel a little bit alienated from the new version of the conservatives that are more right-leaning. He's giving them a place to go. I think also he's really getting Liberals out to vote, because the Liberals not going out to vote was really what was fueling a lot of Pierre Poilievre's campaign. He could keep a pretty narrow tent if Liberal voters stayed home. So now you've got Mark Carney leaning a little bit to the right, and sort of eating a little bit of lunch that should be the Conservatives, I think.
Stephen Maher is there. Hi, Stephen. Okay, no, we're not. Are we going to Stephen right now? Stephen, are you there?
I am. How are you, Adrian?
I'm well. Great to see you, Stephen. So we're talking a little bit about the campaign so far. We talked about what would happen to the leaders if they don't perform well tonight. But Stephen, if you just got to give us your assessment of how the leaders performed over these last 36 days.
Well, we have got, I'm happy to do that, but we've got some brilliant people here who maybe we want to hear from first, with your permission.
Absolutely.
Or at least one of them is brilliant. We'll leave it maybe to viewers to decide which one. To my right is Frank Graves of ECOS Research Associates, and to his right is Kito Magi of Main Street Research. And these are the guys who've been driving the headlines in many cases with their polling throughout the election. So with your permission, I'll give them a little grilling. Is that all right?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I'm going to start with Mr. Graves here. Frank, you cause a lot of you caused a sensation when you first started to show the Liberal movement back in January, I think it was. Why do you think that your polling company was picking it up and the others weren't?
There really was a remarkable difference. In our final poll of 2024 had the Conservatives with a massive 25-point lead. The Liberals mired at a historical nadir of 19 points for this century. And it looked like the Conservatives would simply be sipping beer to a pro forma majority. Then Mr. Trudeau announced his resignation following the pyrotechnic exit of the finance minister. We started seeing some numbers creeping back. By mid-January, we had that 25-point lead down to a more modest 16. Still a big lead, still a majority. By the end of the month, we had that lead basically evaporated within the margins. That is the largest transformation of the political landscape in Canada that we have ever seen in a period of 1 month. Now, we were a little uncomfortable because nobody else was seeing that, but I know the Main Street and others started finding the same results as us. And I think the reasons we were finding is we were just sampling much larger numbers of cases, and it might have been something to do with the methodologies we're using as well. But we found that the Conservatives who looked like they were on a sure path to a majority, all of a sudden were not only just tied as the months went on to the next month, they started falling behind. And there was a number of factors. I already mentioned the exit of Mr. Trudeau. It was a lightning rod and it caused a lot of the problems for the Liberal Party. But it was also Mr. Carney had a coming out party. He was on the Daily Show. People said, oh, he's not that stiff bureaucrat, technocrat that we thought. But the biggest factor by far, and what caused this massive, unprecedented recoil, was the Trump effect. Canadians told us that they never had a very high yardstick. Trump 2.0, they never expected was going to be something really special. But when I asked, is it about the same or better or worse? They said by almost 70%. This is way worse than we expected. We didn't think it was going to be very good. We didn't even think it was talking about annexation and reestablishing mercantilism and tariffs and the kind of, we got Kennedy as in charge of vaccines. We're giving parts of the Gaza back. Gaza is going to become a resort. We're going to give away the Ukraine. And, this produced this tremendous recoil effect where all of the center left and a lot of the status quo conservatives, not the populist base, said, ooh, I don't think I want to go down that path. And so we saw that huge movement, something we've never seen before.
I want to ask Kito about that. Thank you, Frank. What you started to see the same wave just a little later. You also, however, during your polling saw some conservative movement at times. How would you characterize the election? Was it mainly that one big anti-Trump wave, or do you think that there were other things happening?
Well, so in the latter half of 2024, we were asking people what their main motivation was at the next election. And by far, the number one thing that we heard from people was getting rid of Justin Trudeau. Supporting Pierre Poilievre, a change of government was not in the top five. And so we knew, and then when we pressed have against past vote, we knew that 95% of past Liberals voted Liberal in 2021, but were not voting Liberal in currently. That was going to become accessible to the Liberals. I said in November and December, this is a possibility if and when Trudeau leaves, but I did not expect it to happen immediately. I thought, okay, it's going to become accessible, but within days of that happening, when I saw Frank's poll, I was like, this is exactly what is happening. And then a few days after that, we had the Liberals closing the gap. And then when we started doing the daily tracking in Ontario and seeing, we were asking the federal ballot question and started seeing ties in Ontario, I knew it was real. And then we didn't get back federally into the field until after the Ontario election. But and this is a tighter, in my view, has been, I've had polls as high as +10 for the Liberals. I've had it as, I think the highest I've had it +4 for the Conservatives. Post-debate, what I said before the debates was that only two people could impact the eventual outcome of this election. And that was Blanchet from the Bloc and Jagmeet Singh, and they needed to perform very, very well in those debates and get, the NDP going from 6 back to their historic kind of 14, 15. And that Blanchette needed to pick up a lot of votes after the French debate. Some of that happened because the bloc did increase post the French debate, but then it faded away very quickly. Right now, the path for Polyv is very, very.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Keto. Who's going to win Carleton tonight? This is, I should say, the riding of Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah. We pulled all the leaders' ridings, and then late we just, because they were very, we get our subscribers to vote on them, and whoever has the highest votes, they got a lot of votes. And then at the end we decided to chuck those. But I can tell you that it was a very close race, a 3-point Liberal lead in Carleton with a 4-point margin of error.
To put that a little more bluntly, Poilievre could lose his seat tonight.
It's going to be close, and it wouldn't shock me if he lost.
Let's ask, if you give Frank the mic, what do you think of the prospects of that? You think that Poilievre could be in trouble? You haven't done the kind of riding polling there.
No, but I've done large samples, and we do look at postal code areas, and we do know that the highest advance vote was in his riding. I know that the advance voters were engaged, Liberal voters, many of them new Liberal voters. And so I would say that race is probably very competitive, which is astonishing. That the guy who was ticketed to be the prime minister, who's never lost, is suddenly looking at the prospects of not only losing and not winning government, but losing his seat. But I think we think it's too close to call.
Yeah. Adrian, I wonder, I have more questions here, but I wonder if there's anything that you want to ask to these gentlemen. Well,
is there any chance that you folks could get it wrong tonight? Folks are pointing to that famous Alberta election of years ago where the pollsters got it wrong. Is there any chance that you could be mistaken?
Or if not you, so he's asking, is there any chance that you got it wrong tonight?
Frank,
I would say there's.
I can't answer that.
I don't think these guys could, but maybe their colleagues have.
Well, do I think there's a chance that the polling's wrong and Mr. Poilievre is going to pull out a shocking win? No, I think the chances are next to me sprouting wings tonight and taking off, which is pretty low. So no, I don't think. I think the issue of whether it's a majority or not, that is very much in play. We personally think that he's going to find a majority, but it's unfortunate for Mr. Poilievre, but the very successful framing that he had used for 3 years, which was this repetitive Canada's broken, Trudeau's bad, Axe attacks. All of a sudden, that just didn't become the salient ballot booth issue. It was all about what are we going to do about this existential threat to the country. The Americans are saying they might annex us. They're going to introduce incredibly painful tariffs. They're doing all kinds of wild, crazy stuff. And that causes once in a lifetime type of recall. Just to put this in context, we measure all eligible voters before we get to the day after the election. And we found that 8 million eligible voters in the period of 6 weeks shifted from various parties to the Liberals. We've never seen anything like that. That wasn't driven by some kind of caprice or some kind of low engagement, but there was something primordial, visceral. It was a fear of the survival of the country. And by the way, when we ask Canadians, do you think we are going to see things going back to normal? We're going to have, after Mr. Trump, President Trump's gone, whatever that might be, or, is this all going to recover? By an overwhelming margin, they're going, no, we're in a brand new world order and we're going to find our place in it, but it's not going to involve a traditional relationship with the United States. 70% of Canadians say I'd much rather strengthen a relationship and join the European Union, for example. So the idea is this is a permanent rupture. I hope that's wrong, but that is the outlook and that's what's driving the election.
What do you think? Is there a chance that your colleagues have it wrong?
I think there's very, very low probability, very low chance. I'm looking at a couple of things. First of all, rural vote. So on vote share, this is very, very different than the United States. I've been telling people all week. Yes, you can get it wrong in the United States, where you can run up vote in rural counties of a state and still win that electoral college vote. It's very different in Canada. Even if the Conservatives win huge majorities, rural Saskatchewan, Alberta, rural Ontario, Manitoba, etc. That delivers a grand total of 0 new seats for the Conservatives. They're going to have to do something else. So what's the other possibility? Young men. Young men are voting very different than young women and very different than the general electorate. They are much more heavily conservative. They tend to turn out in lower numbers. If there is a tsunami of young male voters,
The Rogan vote.
I'm not sure what it is. That is so, and we're going to see it in terms of turnout. As Frank pointed out, a lot of votes, have moved. In the last election, 32% combined between PPC, Greens, NDP, and the Bloc. 32% of the vote. Today, in the Main Street poll, at least, it's 14. I think in Frank's, it's a little higher, 15, 16. That's a ton of votes. That's 3 million votes that have gone poof and moved somewhere else. So turnout won't necessarily be as high as some people are expecting, because that vote has reduced. So if suddenly we start seeing turnout being closer to 70 or north of 70%, that's when the polls might. I guess that's the path for Polyv, and the polls are going to be in trouble.
Adrian, something before we started, I was talking to them about the early results rolling in from Newfoundland and Labrador, and they both made the point that those early, stronger than expected, to me, Conservative votes may be partly a fact that the Liberals likely dominated the advance vote. And those votes, if I'm not mistaken, we'll see them in a big chunk later.
Okay. Well, Stephen, thank you. Thanks so much to you, Stephen, and to our guests. And I'm sure we'll check in with you again later in the evening. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Stephen Marr, of course, with Ricochet Media. And right now we're going to go to David Mackay. I hope David is here. David from the National Observer. And David is going to be talking a bit about some of the ridings to watch tonight. So David, are you there? Are you up yet? My former CBC colleague, David Mackay, who now plies his trade at the National Observer. David, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So David, in terms of the ridings to watch tonight, what's on what's on the menu?
Well, I mean, all of them, I would say. Now, you may remember that in 2015, when the Liberals won their majority, it really started in Atlantic Canada. All of a sudden, the whole region went red, and that was really a sign of things to come. Don't know if that's going to happen again. And I'm just watching CBC's live coverage here, and they have declared the polls they're slow to come in, but they've declared one Liberal victory in Cape Spear at Cape Breton. But the polls are slow to come in. So yeah, it was a clean sweep. Not so much the case in 2021. Where the Liberals lost ground to the Conservatives in 3 of the 4 Atlantic provinces: Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. In Nova Scotia, the Conservatives picked up 3. In New Brunswick, the Conservatives picked up 4. And in Newfoundland, they picked up 1. They didn't pick up any in PEI. So you may remember that it was in Atlantic Canada where we saw the dramatic increase for the Conservative vote after a disastrous oil carve-out for residents, which prompted other provinces, including Saskatchewan, to say, hey, what about us? You going to do a carve-out for us as well? It's unconstitutional. And Scott Moe basically said, no, we're not going to give you any rebates. And that started a whole nasty conversation and talk of division, right? So a lot of this kind of dynamic started in Atlantic Canada. Now, it's also worth watching how 2 Liberal MPs, Sean Fraser and Wayne Long, do, because as you remember, both those politicians, with the former, Sean Fraser being the former housing minister, a Liberal star, someone who's touted, if he could improve his French, maybe leadership material, said he wasn't going to run. He wanted to spend more time with his family. Wayne Long, who was one of the handful and then grew into a substantial number of Liberal MPs who basically said to Trudeau, you got to go. You got to go. I'm listening to my constituents. You got to go. Carney wins. He enters the race. They say, hey, you know what? We're going to run again. So we'll take a look at those ridings. I suspect that they will win, but this again could be another sign of things to come. Now, what's interesting about this region as well is that it was the place where we saw a dramatic drop off for the Conservatives, right? Before Frank Graves' numbers started performing the way they did, as he pointed out to Stephen, we saw a huge drop in support for the Liberals, double digits to the Conservatives. And now we have the poll aggregators, CBC's Poll Tracker and 33.com, that show a double-digit lead by about 20% in Atlantic Canada. So if it's not a clean sweep that we saw in 2021, it could come close. So what that's why I say we gotta look at all the ridings. It's hard to look at a handful. So
can you talk a little bit? I don't know if you can talk about the central Newfoundland riding, and that was the riding, of course, that was won by Clifford Small last time around. He defeated Scott Sims, but I think it was about 281 votes. Scott Sims is not running this time around. It's Lynette Powell. Can you tell us anything about that particular riding, or even just some of the races in Newfoundland in particular that you're going to be looking at?
Well, what I can tell you is that if you take a look at a map at the province, it's early polls, right? So we can't predict anything yet, but there's a lot of blue. There's a tiny speck of red and a lot of blue. So, I mean, we'll have to see. You have to remember that that's a province that is oil dependent. You had Andrew Furey, the outgoing premier, who was very critical of Justin Trudeau. The Liberal government, they approved the Bay du Nord, but then it didn't go as planned, and now it's on the shelf. So that's a province that may be a little different from the Atlantic provinces because of the dependence on oil. So a message that talks about wanting to develop oil, wanting to sell more of our oil abroad, that plays really well in Newfoundland, Labrador, maybe to the degree that it doesn't in the other Atlantic provinces. So that's one we'll have to keep an eye on for sure.
And Nova Scotia generally, in the last couple of days, the storyline has been that there's tension between the Premier of Nova Scotia, Tim Houston, and also Pierre Poilievre. Is Pierre Poilievre expecting anything out of Nova Scotia tonight?
That's hard to say. I mean, they picked up a lot of seats in 2021, and they were hoping to do even more. They were hoping that Atlantic Canada would be the kind of beachhead that it was for the Liberals in 2020, in 2015. If you believe the polls, is not looking that way for sure. But that was a very curious, right? And that came on the heels of a very curious news conference that Ontario Premier Doug Ford gave, where he seemed to give Pierre Poilievre a backhand slap. And so you have two progressive conservative premiers in Nova Scotia and Ontario who in a very indirect way don't have nice things to say about Pierre Poilievre, and where there's speculation as to whether they would become the next leaders. That's the kind of talk that you don't want towards the end of campaign. So and don't forget, Tim Houston called an early election, and he ran not against the Liberals in that province, who were very low. He ran against Justin Trudeau and the carbon tax, and he won a majority mandate. Right. So it's interesting to see how things can flip. And of course, the criticism of Pierre Poilievre is that he didn't do enough to expand the tent, that he played well to his base, but he didn't do much to really attract the progressives who you need if you want to grow beyond the base. And we'll see how that plays out tonight.
Yeah. And just looking ahead just a little bit to Quebec, what are some races or things you're expecting to see tonight?
Oh dear. Well, I mean Quebec, what's interesting, again, I think that, the grand storyline is, can the Bloc eat into the lead? Now, we know that the Liberals are doing really well on the island of Montreal, but what the polls are suggesting, and I think, Frank Graves can speak to this more than me, but they're picking up support for the Liberals outside, in Francophone Quebec, outside the island of Montreal. which if that's the case, they can pick up a lot of seats. So we'll be watching not only the island of Montreal, where we're expecting them to do well, but outside the island of Montreal as well, because there were a lot of really close races in 2021 where the Bloc and the Liberals were really fighting it out neck and neck. As far as the Conservatives are concerned, they're really, as Anne was pointing out earlier to you during our show, their strength is around the Quebec City area. That's where they really, so once you go, and maybe the Beauce, so once you get beyond those regions, it's really becomes a Bloc Québécois Liberal race. And if the Liberals are up by that much, it could be a good night. So if you combine Atlantic Canada, they pick up more seats than expected in Quebec. If the polls hold true, then you get to Ontario. Could be a good night for the Liberals.
Okay, David, thanks so much.
You're quite welcome.
And that is David Mackay, the managing editor of the National Observer. And we're going to be checking in with David throughout the night. Well, right now, John Thompson, a correspondent for Ricochet Media, is in Northern Ontario, and he's in a very cozy study in Northern Ontario, John.
I am. I'm in Thunder Bay tonight. Our conservation areas authority is telling us we're getting 2 centimeters of rain, and the ground hasn't entirely unfrozen yet. So it's a flood watch in Thunder Bay today, as we've been all voting all day long.
Okay. What can you tell us? What's the update from Thunder Bay tonight, John?
Well, we have a couple of Liberal incumbents out of Thunder Bay. The race that you'd probably be cared about on a national level is the Indigenous Services Canada Minister, Patty Hajdu, who was, of course, the health minister during the COVID era, the lockdowns and whatnot. And she is up against Bob Herman, the Conservative, and he was the police chief at nearly perfectly overlapping the time where 7 Indigenous young people in town in Thunder Bay for education passed away tragically, and those investigations were deemed to be systemically racist among the police service in Thunder Bay. So surprising that these are the choices in Thunder Bay. Again, as you were mentioning, 338, they're suggesting that this riding that I'm speaking of now is a pretty solid lock for red. The South riding, Marcus Pawlowski is the incumbent, a doctor, lawyer, Liberal. He's up against Brendan Hyatt, and I give Hyatt, the Conservative, a better chance of winning than the polls do. I think out in Kenora, Kiiwetinoong, which is the Ontario's most westerly riding, we're looking at 3-term Eric Malilo, Conservative. And he's up against a couple of really exciting Indigenous candidates in Tanya Cameron in the NDP and Charles Fox in the Liberals. And I don't think the polls are right on those numbers either. I can't call it, but I'll tell you that it's going to be more exciting than they're letting on.
And John, what have been the kind of primary regional issues that have been debated over the last 36 years? Are there some issues that have really come to the fore over the last 6 weeks?
Well, I think the sleeper that everybody's talking about, but nobody's talking about, is that in both the Ontario election and now in the federal election, Northern Ontario is the story. When we talk about critical minerals, when we talk about unlocking the mineral potential of this country, this is the land we're talking about. This is the area we're talking about. And so the conversations that are happening around here are on the Conservative end of things. We have both provincial and federal candidates going into industrial spots where we have an understanding of a new Conservative masculinity and working that is branded with this party. In sort of pushing out into what they see as hinterlands. Of course, there are people who live there, and some of the communities, Indigenous and non, are prepared for another gold rush. And some of them don't want that. Some of them are talking about being very committed to the way that people have lived on that land for millennia. And we're going to see conflict. I'll tell you right now, we're going to see conflict in the next 5 years, as we've been told by politicians on both levels, that this is going to start moving really, really quickly now. And some of those communities are ready for it. The ones that are not, are openly saying that they're going to resist that type of mineral exploration and development.
John Thompson, great stuff. Looking forward to chatting with you more over the course of the next few hours. John, thanks for joining us from Thunder Bay.
Thanks so much.
And that was John Thompson from a very cozy study in Thunder Bay, and he's going to be on the program periodically over the next 3 hours. And right now we have Arno Kopetsky. Arno is coming from the Pierre Poilievre event. Pierre Poilievre, of course, is the MP for the Carleton riding. So Arno, what can you tell us? What's the latest update from the Poilievre, I guess, headquarters tonight?
That's right, Adrian. Hey, good evening. I'm at
Great to see
the
you.
Rogers Centre here, downtown Ottawa, not too far from Parliament itself. Early days, obviously, still early moments. So some early sporadic cheering is going up. I think there's been the first official final seat has been announced for Conservatives in the Atlantic, I think somewhere in PEI. And so, yeah, as you can see from the room around me here, it's pretty empty still, but the initial results seem to be, very early, but looking nice for the Conservatives. So you can sense that little sort of early frissons in the room.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Arno, what's the mood like amongst Conservatives? Because we know that over the last couple of days, there's been a lot of talk about the prospect of their leader losing his seat in Carleton, which would be a stunning development. So what's the sense that you're getting from Conservatives tonight?
Yeah, I talked to a couple staffers here, and then also a couple of the general public Conservative fans, and they're pretty optimistic. Actually, I sense the sort of cautious optimism, I would say. One of the staffers said, I think we're going to be in for a long night, and he felt it was going to come down to British Columbia. Nobody really seemed worried about Poilievre's seat, but these guys are pretty professional, so I don't think they would transmit their nervousness if they were. The public all along, I've been on this campaign trail all month. I went to 10 rallies and 14 press conferences. Nobody that I spoke to believed the polls, based largely on just the sheer number of people and the enthusiasm at all of the rallies. Every once in a while I would ask somebody, well, did you believe the polls 5 months ago? And they would say, well, that's a good question. So, but I think really generally this movement has been so high energy, and the rallies have been so banging that it has created a very effective, in my opinion, an echo chamber. But the proof will be in the pudding as things come in tonight.
Arno, no journalist in the country, I would suggest, has been following Pierre Poilievre more closely over the last couple of weeks. You've been to more press conferences, I think, than anybody.
That's right.
What's your assessment of how his campaign evolved over the 36 days? Well, if you were to kind of break it up into chapters, can you kind of describe what those chapters would be?
To be honest, Adrian, I think that what was impressive was that it did not evolve, that he stuck to his guns and stuck to his message under immense pressure, I think, from all sides, including within the Conservative Party itself. There were people saying this is campaign malpractice. You have to pivot. You have to, soften your message a little bit. And he was like, no, I will never stop fighting for, a single house, the single moms who are out there working and the blue collar workers. He really stayed tough. And some might say a little bit Trumpy in the way that his language was, very hostile to the press. Never mentioned climate change, refused to let reporters ask, we got 4 questions per press conference. They chose who would ask the questions. That was unyielding throughout the whole campaign, much less than any other political party. I suppose, though, the one thing that did change was in the last couple addresses, including we saw it at the national debate, the federal debate in Montreal, and then in his final rally last night in Trenton, I did see some tears come to him and a softening in his message, and that was pretty profound, actually. I've never seen that side of Pierre Poilievre, and at the end, Trenton is a community, a rural community on the edge of Carleton in his own riding here, about a half an hour drive from downtown Ottawa, and so there's a big crowd there. And near the end, it felt like the veil kind of came down actually for a moment, and he talked about, I've done over 180 rallies since I became leader in the last 3 years. And, he was off script and just said, it's meant the world to me to represent you and the fact that you have all put your hopes and dreams in me. For a second, it felt like he was sort of internalizing what it all meant in a way that I haven't seen before. You know, he's been a pretty like tough, sort of mean candidate in many ways. And suddenly you see this human side of him, and then his wife Anna came up on stage right after that with him, and they were both in tears, and it was a really genuinely like soft emotional moment that I think would have perhaps among some voters helped him if more of that had come out sooner.
A lot of people who've been watching Pierre Poilievre, I've been watching Pierre Poilievre for about 20 years. I'm an Ottawa journalist, so obviously I've had a lot of contact with him.
Yeah.
And some of what people have been describing, you know, that emotional side, it's not something that he's necessarily shown a lot over the years. So you're suggesting then that there's been some growth.
Well, I don't want to go too far, but I hadn't seen it before. I guess, have you seen that side of him in 20 years of coverage? Have you ever seen him come close to tears?
No, never.
So
not even close.
So that's fascinating. And, you know, I've never spoken to the guy. He wouldn't let me even ask him a question. So I guess I'm a little bit shy about leaning into the psychological conclusions of that. But it sure seems from having a ringside seat that sort of the magnitude of the moment is clicking in for him. And some genuine feelings are emerging that have seemed to be absent from his leadership so far.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Arno, thanks so much.
All right. Thanks, Adrian. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, we'll check in with you over the course of the evening.
I'll be here.
Okay. And that's Arno Krupetsky, who's at headquarters of Pierre Poilievre, Conservative headquarters at the Rogers Centre in downtown Ottawa. Of course, Pierre Poilievre is a longtime Ottawa MP. He's represented Carleton for some 20 years. First one in 2004, actually. And that was the election that Paul Martin defeated Stephen Harper in winning a minority that year. But Pierre Poilievre came in with Stephen Harper in 2004. A very, very well-known personality in the region of Ottawa. And obviously he's hoping for big things tonight. There has been some talk, of course, over the last couple of days that he might be in trouble in his riding of Carleton, that Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, could challenge him this evening. So we'll be watching that riding very, very closely. Well, we have our panel back together again. Karen Pugliese, Max Fawcett, and like I say, Dowson and Stephen Marr are joining us. And Stephen, you know, you've been around a while. You've been in Ottawa for a couple of decades. I'll say you've watched, you know, Pierre Poilievre since he was a boy in short pants back in 2004. Have you seen some changes in Pierre Poilievre during this campaign?
Well, yes and no. When I first started to see him and noticed him in question period, what I saw was a ferocious sort of character. He reminded me then of one of these hockey players who's good at going in and slashing and drawing penalties. And he's still that guy, but he did manage in the last couple of years to sometimes, I think, show a different side of himself and be able to talk about hope. And it's obviously something like he has polling difficulties, particularly with women. So you could see that, you can imagine behind the scenes, they were looking for that side of him and trying to draw that out and show a deeper dimension. And I think with some success, certainly in the English leaders debate, some people had kind of expected him to go on tilt and be too ferocious. But if there was a sort of comeback for him in this election, I think it was that night that he seemed a little calmer and more relatable than he had at other times.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to pivot right now because we're going to talk a little bit about climate and energy at this time. Both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are promising to make Canada an energy superpower. Neither of them is ruling out doing that through the expansion of oil and gas. Max, people have pointed out that the climate has not been a big point of discussion over the last 6 weeks, but in what ways might it show up on the ballot today?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think it might show up on the ballot in Alberta, where you know, oil and gas is forever top of mind. I don't think it's going to show up in Ontario or Quebec or BC even, simply because this election is sort of a reminder of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and the things that matter to people are not, the fulfillment of their dreams of pipelines. It is safety, security, especially in Ontario and Quebec, and so it's been very weird to me to see the Conservative Party really pushing hard on the pipeline issue when, and forgive me, I can't remember which poll this was, but there was a poll that said it was the top issue for 2% of Canadians. So it just isn't top of mind for a lot of people outside the Conservative base, and maybe that's why they're pushing it, is because they're trying to shore that part of it up. But there actually isn't much daylight between Polyv and Carney on this stuff. Conservatives have tried to pretend there is. They've tried to pretend that Carney is anti-pipeline and he's gonna be just like Justin Trudeau. But Carney's been pretty clear that he wants to see more of these projects built if there is private sector interest and demand for it. He hasn't said that he's going to ram it down the throats of Quebecers and British Columbians the way Polyv has, and I would suggest that is Polyv making the same mistake that Harper made over and over again for almost a decade. But there really isn't a big difference on that file, and maybe that's part of why it hasn't really been a huge flashpoint.
And you were nodding your head as Max was speaking. Sorry, Anne, I think you're muted. It's okay. It's all right. It happens. It's early days yet.
Here I am. Yes. So, I'm in downtown Montreal where pipelines are really not popular, right? Like they're not deemed to be socialement acceptable in Quebec, where we have an enormous natural resource in the form of hydroelectricity. So pipelines are, fossil fuels are not popular in Quebec, and I dare say not particularly in Ontario either. So I agree with Max on that issue. I don't think it's
and yet, Anne, there have been some polls that have suggested that there's increasing support in Quebec for a project like Energy East. That given the kind of crisis that the country is facing in the wake of these attacks on Canada's sovereignty by Donald Trump, that some Quebecers are now more open to the idea of pipelines.
No, I think that's true. That I think the threat of Trump has transformed a lot of Quebecers' attitudes to the rest of the country. Suddenly I'm seeing Canadian flags in downtown Montreal, which is like du jamais vu. Like you don't see the unifolié in downtown Montreal. That just doesn't really happen, and I'm seeing it on people's vehicles. And my kid, who's holding the fort at the Peel pub and watching the election results roll in, says that she's seen some people with little, they could be McGill students, in all likelihood that's who they are, but suddenly the Canadian flag is not like, verboten. So I think maybe the idea that Canada needs to pull together is now suddenly more popular, even in Quebec, in Bloc territory and Parti Québécois ascendant territory, because people are so insulted, and the effrontery, the arrogance of Trump has really gotten under people's skin here, and I suspect that's part of it. So I guess it's a work in progress, but it's a recent shift. It's a very new phenomenon to see people saying, "Oh well, maybe we do need to think about energy autonomy in a way that I don't think it was present I don't think it was on the radar for a lot of people." And I'm in the riding of Stephen Guilbeault, the former environment minister. Presumably, I guess, possibly the future environment minister if the numbers hold. So we'll see what happens with the whole question of the environment. Quebec had it before the pandemic. Greta Thunberg came to Montreal and 500,000 people marched in Montreal because people are so upset by the climate crisis here. So there's a high level of consciousness on environmental issues and a certain amount of smugness about hydroelectric power. So it'll be interesting to see how that issue plays out, because I think you're right, there is a new openness, but I don't know how deep it runs just yet.
Stephen, you spent some time recently in Alberta, in Taber, Alberta, about an hour away from the U.S. border. Is there openness to talk about climate change in Taber, Alberta?
I didn't bring it up. I was there to ask them about whether they were interested in Alberta separatism, and they were. I was surprised at how many people there. Now I chose that area because I thought if there was a place in Alberta where that sentiment would be strong, that it would be Taber. And I went to a rodeo and stood outside of it. And I was struck by how many people said, yeah, we talk about it. We think the rest of Canada is holding us back. And I think that in general, these are people for whom climate would be a very low priority in their voting. They're interested in the oil and gas industry and are bitterly resentful. I should say, and Max would probably know this better than I do, that it would be wrong to extrapolate from that community to the rest of Alberta. I was down the road in Lethbridge, and the people looked at me like I had two heads when I asked them if they were interested in separating from Canada. Also very near the American border, but a community with a totally different vibe.
Karen, let's talk a little bit about what we might expect from a Liberal government on climate if they get into office again. What should we expect?
Well, okay, just before I tell you that, I'm going to give you a little bit of color, okay? I'm going to say, look behind me. What you are seeing is reporters eating before people start to arrive here. They brought out pizza and stuff, but I've been patiently waiting to go grab my piece to do this first. So what should we expect from Mark Carney? Like, one of the things that I want to talk about is just like where the absolute disappearance of Indigenous people out of the topic of the election. You know, in the 2021 election, we had a debate where we had an Indigenous woman get up and be one of the people asked questions in the debate. And they were all over the topic, healthcare, everything. This year, the debate really came down to resource extraction. And so when they were supposed to be talking about Indigenous people, but they were talking about pipelines, they were talking about critical minerals. And so what to expect from Mark Carney and what to expect from Pierre Poilievre. Let me start with Pierre Poilievre. He did a sit down with chiefs. The AFN organized that each of the leaders would go and speak to chiefs. And one of the things that Pierre Poilievre said is he said that he would make Indigenous people rich beyond their wildest dreams. Like, he wanted to bring wealth into the communities. So his version of reconciliation is economic reconciliation. But one of the things that he did say is he said that he didn't believe in the way free and prior informed consent was working in Canada. He was very clear that if 5 First Nations agree to a resource project like a pipeline and one says no, that should not ruin the whole deal. You know, whereas really what should happen is you should go around, right? Like, each First Nation should be able to have consent, but they don't have a veto in Canada right now. The interesting thing about Mark Carney, he did sit down as well with chiefs. He's been a little bit more reluctant to give interviews than Pierre Poilievre has, at least to APTN. He, again, very economic reconciliation, very focused on resource extraction. And one of the interesting things is Danielle Smith, Premier Danielle Smith, was in Ottawa. And one of the things that she said that she thought the federal government should do is double a loan guarantee program that allows First Nations to invest money in resource extraction and energy products. And that's exactly what Mark Carney did. So it's an odd day when you see Mark Carney kind of on the same page as Premier Danielle Smith.
And Karen, what's been the response to Poilievre's approach and Carney's approach? What are people saying?
You know, what I've heard from Indigenous leaders is they were all hanging tight, expecting a Pierre Poilievre government to cut, and dig, and drill. And so I think that there's going to be some pushback from Indigenous communities if he wins. I think they're also very concerned, though, because both parties have talked about speeding up the process. I mean, I talked to one chief and I said, well, how long does it take, like, to get consent? Can you get consent in a year? And he said it took 8 months just to get the budget to get people together. There is no way you can get consent on a major project in a year or 2 years. There is no speeding this up. And so I think that there's going to be tensions there. And, you know, I also agree with what I'm hearing from the other panelists. There's not a lot of difference between these two parties on that issue.
You know, those two parties have been talking a lot over the last couple of weeks about the need for Canada to become an energy superpower. Max, is it possible to become for Canada to become an energy superpower while meeting its climate goals?
It's possible. It's a very, very hard needle to thread. So it would require a government, first and foremost, that takes climate change seriously. So, I think that disqualifies the Conservatives right off the hop. But, it requires immediate investment in carbon capture and storage projects here in Alberta. I know those are controversial. I know folks don't always believe that they're going to work, but that is the only way that we get to, reaching our climate goals and not sort of immediately cutting production, which, I think in the face of the threat from the Americans is not a very good idea. I think the bigger part of that is if we're going to be an energy superpower, it's not just oil and gas. I know that's frustrating to people here in Alberta, but it is about electricity more than anything. And we see today in Spain, their electricity grid is collapsing because they're not tied in with the rest of Western Europe. And we need a pan-Canadian electricity grid. We need a grid that goes from coast to coast to coast, that connects Quebec with Ontario, with Alberta, with BC, with Manitoba. It ties all of us together. It kind of requires a national energy program. And maybe Mark Carney is the guy who can bring that to the fore. But it requires that kind of thinking that we really haven't had in this country, especially around energy, in a long time. And it's going to require some big bets. It can't just be drill, baby, drill. It can't just be more pipelines. That is such a two-dimensional strategy or a two-dimensional response to a problem that has, 3 dimensions at least.
Max, does it not also require investment in renewables? We know, for example, places like Texas and places like South Dakota are really eating Canada's lunch when it comes to renewables.
100%. And, the biggest market for investing in renewables is Alberta, because we have really good wind, really good solar, and a private market. And unfortunately, the provincial government here has put its foot on that and is basically trying to choke the life out of the renewable energy sector. It's ironic, they complain about the federal government, trying to kill the oil and gas industry when they are explicitly trying to kill the wind and solar industry here in Alberta. So, the next prime minister, if they want to build a true energy superpower in this country, is going to have to get to the table with Alberta and find a way to get them to back off on this stuff.
And what, in terms of Canada becoming an energy superpower, I would imagine, Quebec is going to have a lot to say in that conversation. What are Quebecers talking about when it comes to the prospect of Canada becoming this energy superpower?
Well, I think what Max said is very smart, which is the idea that there needs to be an electricity grill, that we need to be thinking about how to shore up our energy security through better connections across the provinces. And because what Quebec does is it produces enormous amounts of hydroelectricity and it sells it to the New York Power Authority. It sells it to the Americans. So perhaps that needs to be rethought. And I think there's an openness to that for sure. I was today in front of Hydro-Quebec, and there's a bust of René Lévesque in front of the building. Like, hydroelectricity is kind of the soul of the Quebec project, and it's still publicly owned here in Quebec, unlike in Ontario, where hydro has been privatized. So I think it's a really important file, and I think Quebecers would be open to talking about that. I don't think the discussion is very far along, but I think it's a really interesting point. And again, also on renewables, people that I know in the country have solar panels on their cottages because it's sunny here a lot in southern Quebec. So these are things that we need to be thinking about in a serious way. And I'd be interested to see how the next Quebec government handles this, because Quebec's in a provincial election in the next year. And the CAQ government hasn't been particularly interested in this debate. But I suspect that if it is the Parti Québécois that takes power, that will be a really interesting debate that will have to happen here.
Adrian, you're muted.
My apologies for that.
It happens to the best.
Sorry about that. It happens to all of us. Karen, I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about the critical minerals, because this is something that a lot of Canadian leaders across the country have been talking about, whether it's Doug Ford, whether it's Pierre Poilievre, whether it's Mark Carney. What are Indigenous leaders saying about the future of critical minerals, the development of critical minerals in this country?
Well, it was in two communities. I was with at a Nigaming with John Thompson. He spoke a bit about that earlier. And I was also up at Kittaginzibi, Barrier Lake, and Algonquin territory. And these are communities that just say no to mining. But they actually don't think that they can stop it. And, you know, the courts have not given First Nations a veto in Canada, although in international law, Indigenous people do have a veto. You know, it's one of those funny things in Canada that somehow you can get consent, but you can't say no. I mean, it's a weird way of working it. But, you know, I think a few of the things that were interesting about critical minerals, I was just up in the UN last week. They had the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous People. And there's quite a conversation around the world about mineral extraction. It's not that Indigenous people are necessarily against mineral extraction, but they want to see a cleanup afterwards. They want to see minimal destruction. They want to see resource revenue sharing agreements. They want to see real jobs, not, you know, just sweeping up tiny jobs coming out of it. And so they're looking both for economic benefit, but they're also really, really concerned about impact on the land and whether or not the land can be brought back, you know, like to a good state afterwards, because we kind of haven't seen that. One of the other questions that has kind of come up at the UN was, why are we mining all these critical minerals? Because we've been told a lot that it's for EVs and it's for green energy change. But with the rise of AI, you know, like it seems to, one of the panels I was listening to was commenting that we may not actually be switching to green energy. We may just be feeding a larger need for energy as we consume more and more of it, because it's going to rise exponentially because of our use of AI, which you know is an energy sucking beast. So there's a question of what it's going to be, minerals are going to be used for. And another concern was that they might be used in weapons, particularly weapons that are using AI, like self-guiding missiles and that type of thing. And so they want to know, you know, is it ethically going to be actually used in solar panels, in green energy, and EVs, you know, or is it going to be used for something else?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to have to wrap things up for now. We're going to go to our correspondent, but Karen, Max, Stephen, and thanks so much. We'll be checking in with you again in the next hour. You are listening to, or you're not listening, you're watching actually, like as if I'm on radio. You are watching a special event, an election show being put together by the National Observer and also Ricochet Media. My name is Adrian Harewood, and tonight we have correspondents from Ricochet Media, from APTN, from the National Observer, across this country covering this election for you. And one of those correspondents is Natasha Belowski. And Natasha, maybe you can just tell us where you are right now.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm at TD Place in Ottawa right now at Mark Carney's election night event. And yeah, as you've all been saying, it's still early in the night, so things are still getting started. But yeah, at the moment, it's mostly media roaming around, you know, typing up background for our stories, you know, photographers on standby for when things pick up around 9:30. And yeah, it's yeah, that's where we're at. We've got, you know, CBC's live stream up here. Everyone's, you know, Blue Elections Canada.
Well, Natasha, I know that you've been following the Carney campaign very closely over these last couple of weeks. How would you describe the mood of the Liberals in the final days of this campaign?
Well, right now, and it's, you know, people are still sort of busy, you know, staffers are milling around, but there's yeah, it's still fairly subdued around here at this event. But I think in you know, more broadly, because the Liberals have been up in the polls, I think there's, you know, I've been sensing some optimism, but you don't want to be too optimistic because you still want people to turn out to the polls. So that's sort of, you know, that's some of the messaging that I've heard from, liberal pundits on, all our favorite political programs lately. And I guess, tonight we'll see how it all bears out. But yeah, cautious optimism, I would say.
Yeah, and so much of election day is about your ground game. It is about making sure that you have your organizers who are getting people out to vote. Have Liberals been talking to you a little bit about what they regard as being the quality of their ground game? Were they confident that they were going to be able to get the vote out today?
I can speak anecdotally. I know that I've got a couple door knocks over the course of the campaign from my Liberal candidate, Yasser Nakvi, in Ottawa Centre. So, I live in one of these sort of high-rise apartment buildings. So, they're clearly making the rounds. And I have heard strong things about the Liberals' ground game. I haven't spoken to anyone here yet because there's not a ton of, folks around yet. But it'll be interesting to hear from people about, how that all went today. Because, of course, advanced polls are really important. But yeah, this is where, this is election day. So, they really had to get out there today.
Indeed. Well, Natasha, thanks so much. And we'll be checking in with you over the course of the next 2 hours. That's Natasha Belowski, who is at TD Place here in Ottawa. Of course, that is the headquarters for Mark Carney. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, former governor of the Bank of England, a senior leader at Goldman Sachs, who tonight is hoping to really pull off what some would regard as being quite a feat, pulling the Liberals back, the beleaguered Liberal Party back to power, possibly tonight. And so we'll be watching the results as they come in over the next half hour to see how the Liberals are faring. Well, right now, I believe we have Nick Hume-Brown from the Local, who is he there with us? Nick, are you there with us? Okay.
I am.
Oh, Nick, great to see you.
Thanks, Adrian.
So Nick, you have been, of course, covering the GTA over the last couple of weeks. Just tell us, first of all, why is the GTA such an important region tonight? In this election, why is it so important to the federal parties?
Yeah, I think for the last number of elections, it's been this fortress that the Conservatives have not been able to break into. They've been trying to get into, particularly the suburban ridings around Toronto. There's a lot of people here. There's a lot of ridings here. There are people who Conservatives think that they should be able to meet and should be able to convince to vote for them. So it's sort of the classic opportunity if they can win in some of this arc of ridings around the city. That's necessary if they want to take power. So that's what we're keeping an eye on today.
What have been the major stories in the GTA during the last 6 weeks of this election campaign?
I think the stories here are the same as the stories elsewhere. We've been following kind of the same things, but we've been looking at specific ridings at the Local. We've been looking at if the NDP is going to be able to take a riding back here in Toronto. We've been looking at, again, some of the ridings in places like York Region, Durham, where if the Conservatives are going to win, they're going to have major breakthroughs. So those are some of the pieces we've been looking at. We've also been looking a little bit about, on a meta question, kind of the Conservatives' lack of availability for the media. We cover local races. We're not trying to cover the leaders. There's been a lot written about Pierre Poilievre's treatment of the media, his interactions with them, the number of questions he's allowed. I don't think I've seen enough on the fact that Conservative candidates are simply not responding to interview requests. Maybe it's a small thing. People vote for the leaders, but in our reporting, the pattern has been the same. We can speak to just about any NDP or Liberal candidate that we've requested an interview from. We can ask them tough questions about their record, and every single Conservative candidate is ignoring or declining requests for comment.
Well, how has that affected your work? Like that reluctance, that unwillingness to cooperate, to engage with journalists. What effect is that having on the kinds of stories that you can tell?
Yeah, it means we can't get their side of stories, right? We can report on them. We can't hear from them. We can't ask them tough questions about the record or about their opinions. We can't air what they believe is best for their communities. And I think you can see the strategy obviously behind this. There's there's enough polling that conservatives don't trust the media. I think they think their voters don't trust the media, so why would they spend the time and trust, and trust the mainstream media to deliver their message? So they're pushing things out over social media. They're pushing things out over, the streamers and YouTubers and podcasters that you see at every Polyv rally. They're pushing things out directly through the leader himself, and they are not trusting their local candidates to kind of speak for themselves. I mean, it's obviously a strategy that they feel is going to work. I feel like this might be an election where you want to reach, your normie global news watcher or your National Post reader. Because I should say that it's not just the local they're ignoring. They're ignoring, all the media.
You recently published a story, Nick, on young conservatives in Toronto and how their views are different from previous generations of conservatives. Can you tell us a little bit about what you found?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen that polling across the country, right? And particularly for young men, there's a major shift in which young people seem to be, more willing and more enthusiastic about the Conservative Party than they ever have been before. We sent one reporter to kind of try to understand the culture of some of this, go to some events, go to some parties. And I think, she came back with some of the things that you've seen elsewhere, that these people have real concerns about their future, about cost of living, about housing, about things that, they feel the Liberals haven't answered. And, you're kind of seeing a shift there. I think that's interesting.
And what answers are the Conservatives providing to these young people that resonate with them?
It's harder for me to say. I'm not really sure. I think that, early on in that campaign, even before this campaign began, Polyv had done a good job of kind of making housing, for example, one of his winning messages. So I think they heard something there. Could be just sort of the incumbency of as the Conservatives call it, the lost Liberal decade that has some young people thinking differently.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, what aren't they hearing from the Liberals? When you talk to these young Conservatives, what do the Liberals represent to them?
Yeah, I mean, what stood out to me more is what they're not hearing from the NDP as well, right? Who are completely absent from this conversation, and who, and that seems to me the real kind of shift and the real question, if you're thinking about what comes next for a party like that, is how to reach these voters who, in the past you might have thought you would be a big part of your constituency.
We know that South Asian voters have also been targeted by Conservatives within the GTA. What are their particular concerns?
Yeah, our associate editor, Nori Roy, just did a long feature on this, and it's very complicated and it's fascinating. But basically, for the reasons that we talked about, like this 905 region has been a desired place for Conservatives to kind of plant a flag for a long, long time. So they've had outreach amongst the South Asian community, specifically Indian Canadians, for a long time. And I think this year that we are seeing there is a real opportunity there. Nori writes really intelligently about the way that India-Canada relations and the way that they've soured over the last year presents an opening for a party that is not the Liberal Party. I think Justin Trudeau in particular had a sort of really worsening reputation among some Hindu Canadians. So I think there's an opportunity there for Conservatives that they've been doing this outreach since Jason Kenney and Stephen Harper. They've been at these events. They've been reaching these people who, So this, we're keeping an eye in places west of the city, places with a lot of South Asian voters, to see if it bears fruit this year.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because you say there's opportunity there. How effective is that message, or how effective has that message been within South Asian communities?
Yeah, there's some initial polling. It's all very hard to tell, and we don't do a lot of race-based good statistics in Canada. But we did speak with one academic, and you can see over the years amongst Hindu Canadians in particular that there is some softening. They've traditionally been more likely to vote Liberal, and I think this goes back all the way back to Trudeau Senior, right? And the kind of the idea of the Liberals being the party of multiculturalism and kind of opening the doors to these immigrants. But we have seen recently, and it's been a slow process, that amongst this community there might be some shifting. So, I mean, I think we'll see tomorrow. We'll see it down the road.
Mm-hmm. You've written about how foreign students have been attracted to the the GTA in droves. How did that ripple out during the election?
You know, when we were thinking about this election 3 months ago, was it even just 2 months ago? We kind of thought that this immigration issue was going to be at the center of it, right? Like I had a very different idea of what this election might be about, and a lot of that was about international students and some of the backlash to the huge growth of the international student industry. In this election, I've heard it in some of my reporting in places like Durham. I've heard people complaining about a growing population in their neighborhoods. I've heard the opposite in places like Brampton, where people are wondering what's going to happen to these neighborhoods as the number of international students decreases. So I don't have a good handle on how politically that's going to play. I think it's playing in sort of all sorts of complex ways. Yeah.
The Conservatives are hoping that one South Asian candidate in particular does very well tonight, and that's Parm Gill, who of course is in Milton East, Halton Hills South. You know, that's a riding that there's been a lot of attention paid to that riding. Can you tell us why that's a riding to watch?
I think like all of those ridings around the GTA, that is one that the Conservatives have a real opportunity to collect this time. And you know, I think if we see ridings like that, like places in Aurora, Markham, go Conservative, that'll be a sign of a good night for them.
Mm-hmm. And what are the Liberals and the NDP hoping from the GTA tonight?
I mean, the Liberals are hoping to hold the GTA. They're hoping to possibly pick up some of the seats that they even lost in by-elections. The NDP we're looking at in one riding in Tayayakon, Parkdale High Park. You've got a very popular local MPP, Butila Karpoche, who's now running federally. You know, she's up against a Liberal newcomer. And this is a riding that has been gone back and forth between Liberals and NDP forever. So it feels like the NDP's best chance to win in Toronto, to get their first seat, which for, you know, since 2015. It's a case where you have a very popular individual, and you can see if that is going to stand up to like how people are feeling about party, or how people are afraid about bigger political issues. So I'm fascinated to see what happens there.
Someone who's not a particularly popular individual in Canada right now is JD Vance. You wrote about how JD Vance turned up in this election in Canada. What happened there?
Yeah, who would have thought JD Vance would would be in headlines for a Canadian election in Durham region? Yeah, I went out to Durham to try to follow the story of Jamil Juvani, who is the Conservative candidate, former Conservative commentator, who is JD Vance's best friend, his great Yale friend, very similar trajectories, as far as you can tell, kind of similar politics, and you know that.
And when you say similar trajectories, you're saying they both come from like lower working class backgrounds.
Yeah, and they both wrote memoirs about those backgrounds, and they both went to Yale Law School, got those memoirs published, went into kind of nonprofits, and then started their political careers, and they kind of have the similar rhetoric against DEI, against wokeness, that kind of culture warrior wing of the conservative movement. And that relationship with Vance was, until, you know, again, 2 months ago or so, was maybe just a curiosity in Canadian media, or maybe it was even a boon to Vance's career. I mean, to Giovanni's career, to be able to have that connection with the Vice President of the United States. And then the Trump tariff stuff started happening, and then any connection with Trump or Trumpism or JD Vance became a little more toxic. So you've seen in this writing that is like completely. There's been a safe conservative riding for a long time. It's a newly redrawn one, but that area has been conservative forever. You're seeing an interesting spirited campaign with a kind of political neophyte liberal, kind of really bringing up this Vance connection in a riding that would normally go conservative.
So there's a chance you think that Jamil Juvani could lose that seat tonight?
I don't think it's a big chance. I think Juvani absolutely should win that seat, but just the shift in how someone like that is perceived, and not just in terms of like him being best friends with Vance, but in terms of some of the rhetoric around wokeness, some of the rhetoric that sounds a little Trumpy. We've seen that kind of disappear from his social media and from his campaigning, as I think I think is a sign of sort of the shift that we've seen, which was, yeah, people trying to maybe avoid that side of conservatism during the last couple of weeks.
So Nick, given the fact that you've done such a deep dive into the dynamics of the GTA over these past 6 weeks, maybe you can give us some predictions. Like, what are some of your expectations from tonight?
Oh, I can't give. I'm 20 minutes away from looking like a fool for giving predictions. I'm again, we're looking outside the city. I'm keeping an eye in place in York region. I'm keeping an eye in kind of Durham to see what happens. We had a downtown or a riding in the center of Toronto turned conservative last year. That if you remember is one of the things that kind of kicked off this whole thing is when the Liberals lost a seat that they'd held since the Blue Jays won a World Series, like forever. So I'm looking at that riding. I think that will change back to Liberal. I feel confident making that prediction. But what happens in the GTA, I'm not sure. I'd expect the Liberals to be able to hang on, but if the Conservatives pick up a few more seats here and there, it'll be interesting.
Okay. Well, Nick Brown, the executive editor of The Local, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. And Nick, of course, joined us from Toronto. And what time is it now? It's about 10 minutes after 9. And you are watching an election special that is being put together by the National Observer and Ricochet Media. And tonight, as election results unfold before us, remember that strong democracy depends on strong journalism. Support Ricochet Media and Canada's National Observer with a monthly donation to ensure that we can continue bringing you the thorough, fact-based reporting when Canadians need it most. You can go to ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. Again, ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. And please, we really would appreciate any support that you have to offer. Well, right now we're going to go to Mateen Sarfraz, and I think Mateen is here with an update. Mateen, are you there? I think Mateen is in Toronto St. Paul and is going to just give us an update about that riding that's a very competitive one that the Liberals are hoping to take back from the Conservatives. Of course, the Conservatives won that by-election that sent a really strong message at the time to Justin Trudeau. It was a bit of a wake-up call to him at the time. And Leslie Church, they're hoping that their candidate will be able to defeat Don Stewart. That's Leslie Church will be able to defeat Don Stewart in that riding this evening. So let's just see, is Mateen Sarfraz, are you there? With an update on the St. Paul's riding. Mateen? Okay, I don't think we have Mateen there at the moment. But Mateen will be with us momentarily. Of course, St. Paul's is a riding that both Liberals and Conservatives alike will be paying close attention to tonight. And Mateen, are you there?
Do you hear me?
I do hear you, Mateen. What can you tell us about St. Paul's tonight?
Well, I mean, it's a big day for myself because it's the first time covering as a journalist Canadian federal election, and I actually became a registered citizen and I voted. It's a big difference for myself and for my family.
Congratulations.
But also, thank you so much. But also, I'm here at Toronto St. Paul's riding at Liberal Coast office where our supporters are here to celebrate if she wins or what's the election result. This riding could be a big story tonight. This riding was a safe seat for Liberals for the past 30 years until last year under Trudeau's leadership. Conservatives win the seat, not by large difference, but over 600 votes. But if you look at the result of 2021 federal election, Liberal have a lead almost 15,000 or over 14,000 Conservative. So, but that was and tonight it's a rematch between Liberal and Conservative. The Liberal candidate Leslie Church and also the Conservative candidate Don Stewart. But in that by-election last year, of course, the big topic was housing, affordability, but now, and also the Liberal leadership. But now things have been changed because as I talk to voters, they're also concerned about the economic uncertainty. As President Trump, the vice president, threatened Canada's economy with tariffs, particularly the auto sector, which is Ontario's economy, and also part of Toronto workforce, heavily reliant. So we'll see tonight's result whether these new uncertainty will affect voter choice. Right now, there are some supporters at Leslie's office. She's not yet here. Her team told us that she will be here later tonight, and we'll have a speech after the result is announced. But I also mentioned now the rematch. It's the Liberal parties under Mark Carney, and then in his campaign rallies in GTA, he promised that he would protect Canadian economy, jobs, auto sector, and also will stand up against Trump trade. I also have to mention that voters also have a concern when it comes to Donald Trump talking about Canada, 51st state. So these are the things that could, as I talk to experts, impact the outcome of tonight's election.
Mateen, what are the voters in St. Paul's telling you about the fact that Justin Trudeau is no longer in the picture? Is that going to, you think, make a difference in terms of the race tonight?
Well, today when I talked to experts, they did told me, and of course the voter I did talk to, if it is a difference, it will make a difference because as I was talking to political experts, they say the by-election result was a message for supporters, Liberal supporters, to send a strong message to the party that they are not satisfied with the leadership. So Trudeau is not anymore the leader of the party, and Carney is leading. Experts say this will have an impact on voter choices.
And Mateen, just so that you can give us a kind of a flavor of St. Paul's, for those people who might not be familiar with the riding, how would you describe the demographics of St. Paul? What kind of a riding is it?
Well, I mean, when you come to this area, obviously you would see a very diverse population in this core downtown of Toronto. That means that, of course, some might have a concern about, might had a concern before about immigration, but we do see the diversity, probably immigrants, work people, business. And I was talking to the city of Toronto last week. This is also part of the city area that people are working directly or indirectly in Ontario's auto sector, which is under threat of the U.S. tariffs. So they are worried. So that's how kind of the area I would say. But that's very easier, of course. Yes.
Okay. Mateen, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll check back in with you a little later on in our program.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. And that's Mateen Sarfraz, our reporter for Canada's National Observer in St. Paul's, riding a very, very competitive race, pitting the Liberal Leslie Church against the Conservative Don Stewart. Of course, in the by-election, Don Stewart prevailed, defeating Leslie Church and really sending the Liberal Party quite a message that there was real unhappiness with the leadership of the party at the time. Justin Trudeau has resigned. He's no longer, of course, the leader of the Liberal Party. Mark Carney has taken over. And so we'll see tonight whether that change of leadership might have an effect on what happens, what transpires in St. Paul's this evening. Well, right now we're going to go back to Ottawa, back to the Rogers Centre, where Arno Kopetsky is at the Pierre Poilievre party, I suppose. The last time we checked in with Arno, the room is rather sparse. There weren't many people there. It seems as if more folks are filling in those seats. Arno,
Yeah,
what can you tell us?
that's right, Adrian. People are starting to trickle in a little bit more. Still a ways to go, but there's a bar here, so people are taking advantage of that. I can say it's tempting me a little bit as well. We'll see how the night goes. Some of the YouTubers have been showing up who were a prominent fixture at the rallies. One that I wrote about and kind of struck up a strange friendship with actually is a guy named the Pleb Reporter. He's got like 250,000 fans, subscribers, and he's very, kind of a creature of the convoy. And so he's one of the people here. There's a few others like that. And it's been pretty fascinating for me to sort of get a glimpse into that world. It's a whole sort of ecosystem of information delivery that I think a lot of people in the mainstream who get their news from the National Observer or the Globe and Mail or CBC are totally unaware that there's these other sort of group of people who are operating and sending messages. And I think that was really a big part of Polyev's sort of silent media strategy. People were wondering, well, why isn't he just answering questions? He knows how to go back and forth with journalists. He's not afraid to spar. But I think he really relied on this sort of subterranean information network of, the YouTubers are just the tip of the iceberg. Pierre Poilievre himself has a massive YouTube presence. And it's a way of getting some of these messages across. And I would say a lot of pernicious disinformation that was a huge part of this campaign. Very sort of Trump adjacent stuff around one of the big narratives that still, I'm talking to some people here tonight. They're like, well, you can't believe the polls. The polls are bought and paid for, just like the media. That kind of stuff has been really fascinating to me over this past month. I'll also note the irony that on these two big screens behind me where people are getting their information from, CBC is on the screen. So I have to note that beautiful little irony here.
Arno, 250,000 subscribers is significant. That's a huge number of people. Can you tell us a little bit more about what perhaps struck you the most about the nature of this kind of subterranean ecosystem?
Well, with the Pleb, one thing that struck me is he's a really gregarious guy. He reminds me of friends that I know. He's the life of the party. He's really genuine. And he's really proud of not being a journalist, of not fact checking, of not having an editorial. He's like, I'm just reporting the vibe on the ground. He was driving a truck 2 years ago. Now he's got 250,000 fans. He's flying all over the country to go to these rallies. And I've had some really good conversations with him. And he's actually been surprisingly open. I want to give him credit for that, but is totally unaware that people are, I guess, of the implications when people come to him for information instead of journalists who have a fact-checking process and some journalistic integrity. So that really leaps out at me. And you look at what people are saying at these rallies, they are actually not coming to us for information or really any source of fact-check news, which is super dangerous. And it's a really it's a sort of a a mainstream red pilling of what I think is this conservative movement that Pierre Poilievre has built, which relies heavily on misinformation and denial. We haven't even talked about climate change. It never came up. He doesn't have a climate change strategy at all, because apparently it's unclear that he believes in climate change. That's just one example. His whole Poilievre's entire message kind of boils down to, okay, well, let's cut taxes, let's clamp down on crime, and hope for the best. It's kind of, and unleash our resources, of course, right? And none of it really stands up to scrutiny, which is obviously why he's been a bit reluctant to spar with the mainstream press in this round. But if you're getting your information from the Pleb and all of these sort of underground YouTube, social media phenoms, those questions just don't occur to you.
One thing that Pierre Poilievre has stressed over the course of this campaign is how this country is less safe than it was 10 years ago, that Canadians are deeply concerned about their security, that they can't do the things that they used to be able to do because they feel that they could be attacked somehow or that they're under threat. How did public safety play into Poilievre's messaging during this campaign?
At almost every one of his rallies, the crowds would break out into jail, not bail chants. And it really felt like I was at Jerry Springer show sometimes. It's sort of a carnival atmosphere. If I can give you an example, a story that Pierre Poilievre tells at every rally is about these 40 criminals, super criminals, violent criminals in Vancouver who have been arrested 6,000 times in a single year. It's a statistics he spouts every time he tells the story as a way of, and then right afterwards, people are chanting jail, not bail, because apparently these criminals are getting, out because of the Liberals' hug a thug, catch and release programs. If you look into it, the Toronto Star did an investigation into this. In fact, these 60 criminals were not violent offenders. They were, I believe, property crime is what they had committed. So mischief, bit of vandalism, property theft. And they hadn't been arrested 6,000 times. I don't want to get too in the weeds. Basically, they had come across police radar 6,000 times. It's not clear if it was the same 60 people who did or if it all happened in a single year. So he's really playing fast and loose with facts to create a sense that crime is just out of proportion in this country, that it's blowing up. I would say people watching and listening at home would have to judge within their own hearts if they feel that crime has exploded. I feel like it's a very old playbook that the right and authoritarians all throughout history have said, we need to crack down on crime. Crime is getting out of hand. That was not his message when the Freedom Convoy came to Ottawa and trampled on the rights of 12,000 residents of downtown Ottawa, for which many have been arrested and been charged. Pierre Poilievre has never had a word to say about any of the damaging effects. It's one thing, I think everybody agrees we're allowed to protest, and the citizens of Ottawa themselves are used to protest. But this is the movement that Pierre Poilievre basically rode the coattails to get to power. And at another thing he says at every single speech that he's given, press conferences and rallies alike, he ends every single time with that Canadians deserve a safe house on a safe street protected by their authorities. And the glaring hypocrisy of saying that when you rose to power on the back of a Freedom Convoy movement that, pardon my French, but just shat all over the private property rights and safety of the citizens of downtown Ottawa. It's really striking. And it's another thing that he's managed to skate through this campaign without ever being called out on.
Well, Arno, speaking of skating, you've been ragging the puck really well.
Well, thanks. I don't even play hockey, but glad I could take it as a compliment.
Yeah. Thanks so much, and we'll check back in with you in a while, in a bit.
Right on, Adrian. I'll be there.
Thanks so much. That's Arno Kopetsky, our correspondent, Canada's National Observer correspondent, who is at the Rogers Centre, the Pierre Poilievre party, the headquarters, taking place tonight in downtown Ottawa. Well, right now, we're going to head over to Stephen Marr, who is with our two pollsters. Stephen, are you there? Okay, I think Stephen's back.
You're on now.
Well, it's the I think it's the two amigos rather than the three amigos. So Stephen, perhaps you can reintroduce our guest tonight.
Well, we're fortunate to have Kito Magi of Main Street Research, pollster extraordinaire, and we're trying to make sense of the numbers that we see so far from Atlantic Canada, one of the things that jumps out to me, it looks to be a little tighter than what we were expecting. And I'm not sure whether that's because the advanced polls are bigger boxes and they're expected to lean more liberal. Kito, is that your sense? Is that the Liberals put more effort into getting out the boomer vote?
Yeah, correct. I think, we've been measuring this since advanced polls opened, and a lot of people, somewhere between 50 and 55% of people told us that they had voted in advance. It's not that they start counting those boxes later; they all get started at the same time. Just the number of ballots that are in those advanced polls is a greater number, so they don't report until the end. So right now, sitting at about a 12-point lead in Atlantic Canada, 52-40. That's been expanding slowly over the night. Our poll had it closer to a 20-point lead. Some polls had it even higher. But I think once the advanced polls start reporting, we're going to see a few of these seats flip. And yes, that vote share
extending out closer to a 20-point lead for the Liberals. If it's any less than that, then the Conservatives are overperforming, Liberals are underperforming. It could be a hint of what's to come. Maybe a long night, some nervous folks in the different campaign offices. So
There's three races. If I can just one thing, and that I'm watching very closely. Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, where your former colleague Anthony Germain is running. He's trailing by just a couple points so far. So if there is a Liberal edge in the advanced polling, that might tip him over. The other two that are interesting is Central Nova, where Sean Fraser is now trailing. Viewers may recall that he resigned to spend more time with his family and then decided that wasn't agreeable, apparently. Went back in after Mark Carney went in, so that there's a possibility that some of the people in his riding took that wrong. And that's Peter MacKay's old area. It's there's those Pictou County people. They are conservative rock rib Tories, and they have quite a machine. And the riding next door is Cumberland Colchester, where my mother lives. So I'm watching that one closely, and all three of those ridings, and hi, Mom, all three of those ridings have a slight edge for the Tories at this time. And if we see those advanced polls start to get counted in the bigger urban districts, and when I say urban, we're talking about downtown Truro, downtown New Glasgow, but they are bigger polling districts. And so that's for an Atlantic Canadian. There's a lot of drama there, Adrian.
So I would imagine then that the Conservatives are taking, would it be NDP votes?
yeah, potentially, I think that's what's happening is some of the not Liberal vote in Atlantic Canada has gone to the Conservatives. Traditionally, strategic vote, progressives go to other progressive parties. So this might be a hint of what we're going to see later tonight when BC starts reporting. That's a very common phenomenon in BC, having those NDP Conservative switchers.
Yeah, is it okay if I disagree with my friend?
Sure.
So I live in Nova Scotia, and the NDPers who I know, at some point, like NDPers across the country during this election, they started to say, "I'm putting a Liberal sign in my lawn." NDP, what? It's like they just forgot their generational NDP identification. I think because the whole Trump, the intensity of the emotion around Trump forced a reset in a lot of these people, and they became Carneyites. They suddenly became fans of a centrist central banker.
Okay, Stephen, but if things hold, if the Conservatives continue to do well, right, in Nova Scotia, right, if this trend continues, where do you think that strength, where did that come from? Are these new voters? Are these Liberals who've been converted into Conservatives? Where could these votes be coming from?
Well, these are, the Conservatives are traditionally strong in a lot of these areas in Nova Scotia, and a lot of these ridings go back and forth depending on the leader and so on. They tend to be less enthusiastic about Western reform-oriented leaders. They were slower to warm to Stephen Harper. We saw a conflict at the provincial level between the Tim Houston government and Polyv. So going into this, I had this sort of sense that in a lot of ridings, the local Tories might not be helping bring out the vote in a lot of these places, it kind of depends on the relationship, but that the provincial party was not pushing hard. But in some places where they know the candidate well, like in Central Nova, I saw photos of Tim Houston's partner, his wife, campaigning with the Conservative candidate there. And the campaign manager used to be a campaign manager to Peter MacKay. So they've got, formidable, deep roots there, right? That's, the Tories aren't flipping any Halifax seats, it looks like.
If I may, there are no new voters in Nova Scotia.
Well, there's been an influx of folks in Halifax in the last little while, has there not? Halifax is booming.
Halifax is a boom town, and there would be a lot of, it's increasingly multicultural. Two groups You have a lot of foreign students, temporary foreign workers, and a lot of people who have sold their houses in Toronto during the pandemic moved home. I suspect, though, and I've looked into this, a lot of those people actually had Atlantic roots. And they said, why am I living up here? And if I can work remotely, I want to go to the nicer place and be back home in Nova Scotia. Now that's how I see it.
Stephen, maybe you could talk a little bit about Tim Houston and the stunt. Can we call it a stunt that he pulled? I don't know if it's a stunt in terms of seeming to present himself as being potentially the next leader of the Conservative Party. What did you make of the move that he did a couple of days ago with that 2-minute video?
Première chose, c'est que Mr. Houston parle pas la langue de Molière. So, in the long history of federal politics, it's been a long time since it was a successful unilingual leader. So, and over the years covering politics,
John Diefenbaker.
Yes, that's right. So
Yeah.
57, and so it's before the TV era, basically. And so over the years, whenever someone comes onto the scene and they're saying, "Well, this exciting politician," but they don't speak French. Oh no, it's every time it doesn't work. So I don't see that as a live possibility. Doesn't mean he knows that, but what it did do, that video, I felt that it was a bit of a cri de coeur for progressive conservatives, right? It showed something about the identity of Nova Scotia Tories, and the obvious pride that he took in the civil rights progress in Nova Scotia, which is not something that's typically part of Polyev's messaging. So I felt that it might have been a kind of subtle reminder, since he doesn't seem to get along with Polyev, a subtle reminder that there's a different tradition of conservatism in Canada and that he represents that.
Okay. So he wasn't trolling Polyev. It was more he was kind of professing his commitment to his own kind of progressive conservative roots.
And trolling Polyev. He is close to Ford, and Ford has been going after Polyev pretty hard. So I think that, he was getting in a shot.
Okay. So over the next little while, what are you going to be looking for over the next half hour? What should we be? What are you going to be paying attention to?
Yeah, I think as we start moving into Quebec, now that those polls are closed, Ontario polls are closing, probably going to start seeing counts from them relatively quickly. I would expect to see the lead in Atlantic Canada continue to expand as those advanced polls report. I would expect to see Liberals picking up seats in bunches as we start seeing Quebec. The one I'm watching as my bellwether in Quebec is the riding of Shefford. It was the riding that the Liberals won in 2015. They lost it in 2019, 2021. That's kind of my bellwether. It's a block seat. It's the majority line, even though the seat counts right now out of Atlantic Canada, even the vote share out of Atlantic Canada is not what was expected. At least not yet. Those are the ridings I would start looking at. Shefford, Jerez de Blainville, Trois-Rivières, and some block seats that are flipping Liberal. If the Liberals can get close to 40 in Quebec, that still puts them in good shape. And then as we start seeing Ontario, obviously the 905 belt. But again, looking at some of those ridings that Trudeau won in 2015, ridings like Bay of Quinte, ridings like Peterborough, where those were lost over the course of the Trudeau era. So that's what I'm watching.
What about the Miramichi Grand Lake riding? What can you tell us about that one?
Where's that one?
That's in New Brunswick. Grand Lake.
Conservative Mike Dawson is ahead by 4 points at the moment, and if I'm not mistaken, and I may be because I'm from Nova Scotia, but I believe there may have been some infighting in the Conservative ranks there. But I'm not sure.
But that's a riding that's flipped, eh? That's a riding that's gone back and forth between blue and red over the years.
We did publish a riding poll here where the Liberals were winning right around the margin of error. So right now it's a little bit surprising in terms of the riding poll, but it's still close enough. I think if it tightens up and once advanced polls report, I think you're going to see that seat flip and probably a couple of others.
Earlier today, I was talking to a senior Liberal who said that he was going to be watching Cumberland Colchester. That was a sort of, you know, if they came out with a big lead in Cumberland Colchester, then the Liberals were going to have a great night.
Tell us about that riding, Stephen. Tell us the kind of demographics of that riding.
Well, it's a largely white, English-speaking area that stretches out into the country for a long way from Truro. Traditionally, very little immigration, a lot of out-migration, not a lot of in-migration. It contains Millbrook First Nation that a lot of people will have stopped at the gas stations and so on there. So there is an Indigenous contingent and a traditional African Nova Scotian community, but largely sort of white, rural, Protestant, and they tend to be red Tories and blue Liberals, and they will switch depending on the candidate and the history. It was represented for many years by Bill Casey, who was a very popular Tory, and then he fell out with Stephen Harper, ran and won as an independent, and then decided that it would be a good idea to run as a Liberal, ran and won as a Liberal. So he served Brian Mulroney, Joe Clark, Stephen Harper, and Justin Trudeau. And I think Jean Charest. He had many different leaders and knows the community well. And when he left, he I think helped recruit Lenore Zan, who was a New Democrat, a well-known actor from Nova Scotia. And in 2015, she managed to win on that Trudeau wave. And it was one of those things where you could see, oh, well, that seat should go back to the Tories once Bill leaves. But if they've got a high-profile New Democrat, they can maybe get some of that NDP vote and hang on to it, and the Liberals did. This time, the Liberals, one of the things they're suffering from in these ridings where the candidate matters is that when the nominations were up for grabs, the party was badly back in the polls. So the candidates in all of these places are not necessarily well-known people. So they are,
Yeah, and to that point, I've said this over the course of the election that, I remind people that 2/3 of Conservative candidates were nominated for over 18 months, and fully 2/3 of Liberal candidates were nominated for less than 6 weeks. So that organizational, financial, operational advantage that Conservative candidates have is going to naturally turn into a turnout advantage, and we're seeing that play out right now.
I was going to ask, did we see that in terms of the Conservative campaigns perhaps being more professional?
I don't hear. Sorry, we missed that.
No. I was just going to ask, did we see that the Conservative campaigns, because they had more time to organize, they've been more professionally organized. They've been kind of more. They've been at a higher level of organization.
Sorry, we missed part of that. Who had a higher level?
The Conservatives.
You're absolutely right. That's why I think we've been seeing these larger rallies from Pierre Poilievre. They've just had more time to go into the communities. A lot of these candidates over a year and a half have knocked on every door multiple times, and have had more time to raise money, run ads. As a result, they've done a lot of stuff in the pre-rate when the spending limit is not an issue. And a lot of Liberal candidates started from nothing. So even though they have that momentum, organization and operational advantage does matter. The get out the vote efforts is part of that. And it looks like so far Conservatives are overperforming it, even if just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. All right then. Well, thank you both. Thank you both for your expertise, and we'll be checking in with you again in the next hour or so. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Adrian. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And right now we're going to go to our own David Mackay, managing editor at Canada's National Observer, who's going to be focusing on some key ridings to watch. David, are you there?
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but watching key ridings is a bit of a mug's game right now because things are flipping back and forth so
Sure.
much. So I think that we might
What
be
can you tell
safer
us?
ground. I think that we might be safer ground in with talking about certain trends. You remember a couple of things that I mentioned earlier. So Wayne Long, the some would say, the Liberal MP from New Brunswick who pushed the envelope and was really one of the big voices behind Get Trudeau Out. He won his riding. He increased his vote share by 20%. But Sean Fraser, interestingly enough, is really struggling right now. He's a bit behind, and so there are the point that some of the pundits are making right now is that those advanced polls aren't coming in yet. So it's and the conventional wisdom seemed to be that maybe it was about a 60-40 split for the Liberals. So it could be that when some of those polls come in that they will make a difference. So still keeping an eye on Atlantic Canada, but the conventional wisdom was that the Liberals wanted to be around 25 seats and the Conservatives wanted to be above 10, right? So I guess both parties are sort of where they want to be, but not really. So we'll have to keep our eye on those Atlantic Canada numbers. The Quebec numbers are starting to come through, and the Bloc are doing well so far. But again, there's a lot of counting. And the other point that they've been making is really that this is a two-party race. So far, if you take a look at the split in the vote, it's about 55% for the Liberals and about high 40s for the Conservatives. So that NDP vote is certainly disappearing, and it is turning into a two-party race, which makes the behavior of those NDP voters a little difficult to gauge. And I think you've heard some people talk about, well, what happened when towards the end of the campaign, when that gap started to narrow, and then where did some of those NDP voters go? So, I mean, that's something that we'll keep an eye on. But certainly in Quebec, all eyes are on Quebec right now. We'll have to see, because this is where they really want to pick up seats if they are going to march towards a majority. The two main poll aggregators had the Liberals at about a 15-point lead over the Bloc Québécois, with the Conservatives in third. The NDP fortunes in La Belle Province tumbled. As you may remember, this was a seat that rode the orange wave of Jack Layton. Not so much anymore. Now, the NDP is hoping to hang on to its lone seat of Alexandra Boulris and perhaps Ruth Ellen Brousseau. Now, I don't know if you remember her, Adrian, but you may recall that in 2015, she was the candidate.
She was a bartender, former bartender.
Yeah, and she made headlines probably for the things that you don't want to make headlines for. She went to Las Vegas in the middle of the campaign, perhaps because she didn't figure that she would win. And you know what happened? She won. And Ruth Ellen Brousseau turned out to be a phenomenal MP, a real constituency person, someone who is loved by her constituents. Anyway, they're hoping that maybe with her entering the race that they can gain that seat. But beyond those two, the fortunes for the NDP in La Belle Province don't look very good.
And that seems like a lifetime ago, does it not? Like that orange wave that really swept across this country in 2011. The Jack Layton led NDP wins what, 59 seats in Quebec. And wins 103 seats, becomes the official opposition. Ruth Ellen Brousseau becomes an MP. Like it's like miraculous.
Yeah, and all these people because they talked about them not having any ground game whatsoever, right? And so all of these candidates who ran in these what were thought to be unwinnable ridings ended up becoming MPs, right? So is that phenomenon going to happen in this election? No, not a chance. We've got a different dynamic at play. So they're hoping that she can gain that seat. Now, the Bloc in the closing days of the campaign, their leader was talking about, look, we know that Carney is going to win, right? But you want Blockis in there fighting for you. Now, the question that we have to ask ourselves is, if you are worried about Trump going after supply management, right, which protects the dairy industry, who do you want? Are you satisfied that Mark Carney is going to be at the negotiating table, who has already said that's not going to happen, or the Bloc who are going to push him to do something that he was going to do anyway? So that's a real kind of existential fight that the Bloc may be in. He's made his closing pitch. Blanchette has made his closing pitch. We'll see if that has managed to narrow the gap. So that's what we will be looking for. On the island of Montreal, do the Liberals hold on to that rate? Does that become a sea of red? And what happens to the Francophone vote outside of the island of Montreal? So those are the general things that I'll be looking for, because certainly the Liberals do not want to come out of Quebec and underperform, as they are up until this point in Atlantic Canada. They want to come out there, they want to ride a momentum, and then, my gosh, vote rich Ontario. So, Matine talked about that riding that Leslie Church lost. She's St. Paul's. They're hoping to get that back. Now, it was a very narrow loss on the part of the Liberals, a very narrow victory on the part of the Conservatives. So we'll see what happens there. Will that be a bellwether? I don't really think so. But really, in the 905 area, maybe southwestern Ontario, where you have a lot of unionists who are concerned about auto sector jobs, will some of those ridings flip that had been NDP? Will some of those ridings flip? Like, we don't know, right? So I think that we'll get a clearer picture as we come out of Ontario. And then if it's close enough, then guess what? All eyes are probably on BC. The province that always complains that by the time you get to us, the thing is over, right?
Yeah.
It could be. And I looked at the numbers for the last several elections, and you know what? It's been very, very close. Been a three-way race. So if the NDP are non-entities, where does that NDP vote go? Right? In a lot of BC ridings, in the Fraser Valley, for example, on Vancouver Island, it's not Liberals and NDP, it's Conservatives and NDP. Right? So you have a lot of very interesting dynamics that might be a little, I guess, strange for people who are in Ontario and other ridings where the splits are different. The splits tend to be between the progressive parties, right? So those are the things that we'll be looking for. It'll be interesting to see if the Liberals pick up any ridings in Saskatchewan, or are they totally wiped out as they were previously. And then there's some more hopes for them in Manitoba, and maybe they can pick up a few more seats in Alberta, maybe the Edmonton area, the Calgary area, where you have those urban ridings. So there's a lot to look forward to. As I'm looking at the screen here, the numbers are flipping back and forth. Thankfully, the Elections Canada website is up and running. It wasn't before. And before you let me go, Adrian, I must thank you to our viewers. We've got lots of people who are watching. This is live, folks. It doesn't get more exciting than this during a consequential election. So for all of you who are watching us and taking in what we're talking about, and watching others as well, we thank you for joining us, and we hope that you stick with us, because we got a long way to go.
Dave, can I stick with you for like a couple more minutes?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I'll talk to you anytime.
Expensive. You're expensive. Yeah, you're expensive. I'm not sure if I can afford you. But I did want to go back to Sean Fraser, because Sean Fraser has been seen in Liberal circles as possibly being the heir apparent, possibly.
Yeah.
Like in the future, he could be a future Liberal leader. How surprising is it that he's been struggling tonight?
It is surprising, certainly because he was a very high-profile cabinet minister. And I remember back when I was still at the CBC, and you and I were colleagues, whenever the Liberals, when they were in opposition, wanted to put up someone who they felt could be a really good spokesperson for their party, guess what? It was Sean Fraser, this very tall, 6'4", 6'5" figure, who would walk in, and he was just a natural politician. And I think that they saw him as maybe, I mean, French is an issue, right? But we had heard through the grapevine that he was working on his French, and that maybe he was the kind of younger leader that a Liberal government needed. And he was given very important portfolios. Remember, he was given immigration at a time when the the Liberals were under fire for allowing too many immigrants into the country who were having an effect on housing. So he became the immigration minister, and then guess what? He barely gotten his feet wet, and then he was moved to another hot portfolio, which was housing, right? So he almost becomes someone like a Dominique LeBlanc, right? Who consequently did win his election. And he said he was cautiously optimistic, was a little nervous about the numbers, but he was cautiously optimistic. So he became in the Dominique LeBlanc fold as someone who you could count on to basically ride out any really good portfolio where there was a lot of political capital. And so is it a surprise that he seems to be struggling right now? Absolutely. But again, all the votes had not been counted, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one.
We had gone to John Thompson a little while ago and talked a little bit about Northern Ontario. And can you just tell us a little bit about that region and just some of the things you're going to be looking for in Northern Ontario?
Well, I mean, that has been traditional NDP NDP territory. And certainly the name Charlie Angus was mentioned earlier. And what was interesting is that Charlie Angus really became the voice of the NDP, in the lead up to the election. And here's a guy who wasn't going to run again. He had already put it out there that he wasn't going to run. So a lot of those, the Conservatives have really been targeting a lot of those ridings, hoping to flip them. And you have a lot of union votes. You have a lot of traditional NDP. So maybe that's a place where you see some of those NDP Conservative flips that you see in certain ridings, certain regions in BC. So going to be like maybe if in Ontario the Conservatives overperform, maybe you start to look to Northern Ontario in some of those ridings.
Yeah, one riding that I'm interested in is the riding in Hamilton with Matthew Green, who's become quite a prominent NDP critic. Again, someone who's seen as being potentially could be a future leader of the NDP. He's in tough tonight. What are we expecting from Southwestern Ontario?
Well, I would say, Adrian, that they're all those are key ridings, right? Because those are, you talk about steel, you talk about aluminum, you talk about auto, that is a sector of the province that has been hit hard. And during the provincial election, Doug Ford was really able to court those votes, right? So, Doug Ford has not really been a friend to the Conservatives, has been apparently more friendly to the Liberals. So we'll see. But if you have any segment of Ontario that is worried about trade, that is worried about what high tariffs could do to those sectors that I mentioned, it's probably going to play out in those areas. So watch to see how the Liberals do, and watch to see where the NDP votes go.
Yeah, we're both in the national. Well, actually, you're in Toronto tonight.
I'm in Brampton. Actually.
You're in Brampton.
Yes,
Sorry, yeah,
tonight. Yes.
Yeah. Well, some Bramptonites call themselves Torontonians, but we won't go there.
I wouldn't.
Some of them do. We won't talk. We won't talk about that. But the National Capital Region also has some interesting races going on.
It does.
And there's one pitting some really political titans in the National Capital Region, and that's Yasser Naqvi and Joel Harden, the NDP and the Liberals really going at it in Ottawa Centre.
Yeah, that's always been an interesting riding, as you well know, Adrian. It's always flipped, back and forth, right? So during the Orange Wave, it did very well. During the Liberal majority, it did very well. A very high-profile Liberal minister who was really an unknown at the time, Catherine McKenna. Right, she was in Ottawa Centre and she won, and she became very high profile and eventually turned into a critic of Trudeau, and now is a backer of Carney. So she seems to be back in the Liberal fold. Does that help in the ground game? Who knows, right? Because one of the things that folks have been talking about is the ground game, right? And getting that vote out. Despite the fact that millions have voted in the advanced polls, that ground game is very important. And the Conservatives have been known for that ground game, very organized. So that will be an interesting riding to watch. And again, some of your panelists were talking about the Pierre Poilievre riding. It's hard to believe that could be in play. I just don't see, especially when you start seeing the numbers from Atlantic Canada. But again, we'll have to be keeping an eye on that riding as well. So, in short, lots to look at. There's lots that's in play, lots of potential drama. So stay tuned.
Great stuff, Dave. Thanks so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
That is the managing editor of Canada's National Observer, Dave Mackay. And Dave is coming to us from not Toronto. He's coming from Brampton, Ontario, the home, of
Okay.
course, the former home, of course, of Bill Davis, the longtime premier of Ontario, who was kind of a paterfamilias of the Conservative Party, going back to the 1970s and 1980s. Dave,
Yeah.
thanks so
Okay,
much.
you're welcome. Okay, see ya.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
And well, since the election was called, the team behind Real Talk with Ryan Jesperson has been producing a special election show, Party All the Time. And it's a weekly political panel show hosted by journalist and writer Vicky Mushama. The show has delved into the big topics from diaspora politics in Toronto suburbs to the Canada-US trade relationship, with guests on the show like Shashi Kool, Doug Saunders, Katie O'Malley, and joining us from Alberta and Mississauga are Ryan and Vicky. Welcome to you both.
Thank
you
so
for having
much.
us.
This has been
Great.
so great to watch. You guys are doing a wonderful job.
Oh, you're very, very kind. I don't get this kind of affirmation in my hood, so this is good. I appreciate this, Vicky. This is good stuff. You know, I need to hang out with you more.
I'm a very positive person, despite 36 days of a very torturous, slow election.
Well, tell us a little bit about what you've been kind of looking at this campaign. I know that you've been particularly concerned about the kind of cultural appeal, or rather the cultural appeals of the various parties over the last 6 weeks. Can you kind of elaborate on that a bit, Vicky?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that has been really striking about this election is that there is already quite a fast moving horse already going, which is that Canadians are feeling some sense of patriotism, of nationalism, of renewed energy around their Canadian identity. And of course, a lot of this is coming up because of Donald Trump and the tariff push, but also the comments that he's made about Canada and its sovereignty. And so there is this, movement underpinning a lot of what Canadians are going to the elections, to the ballot to vote about. They are thinking about what it means to be Canadian writ large at the same time as they're making decisions on housing affordability, writ large, the cost of groceries. There are issues that are at the federal level, some of them at the provincial level as well, but like they are concerned about how their nationality underpins all of that as well. And we're seeing it, right? So we've seen, Canada's not for sale hats everywhere after Doug Ford wore them. A friend of mine said she saw one in the Cayman Islands of all places. That we have the sort of the elbows up movement, trying to rally Canadians to get together in public spaces and really support one another. Even my local grocery store makes this kind of like provenance announcement saying we are doing our best to buy Canadian and to make sure that you as a consumer have Canadian grocery products. So this is something that is substantial, and whoever is the winner of this race is going to have to tackle questions of Canadian identity and Canadian nationalism and patriotism and how we go forward together. And so that's what we've been thinking about. It's, one of the raison d'etres for my podcast, Party All the Time, which is like, how do we talk about who we are as Canadians all at once when it comes to tackling these big issues? And every week we've tried to tackle one of the big issues that are facing Canadians.
Vicky, what you just said resonates with me because my mother, Hyacinth Harewood, I can say her name on the air. Hyacinth Harewood has lived on the same street for some 54 years. Right, this is the street that we grew up on in the West End of Ottawa. I've never seen so many Canadian flags on that street in my entire lifetime. It's stunning. Usually people are rather, I don't want to say shy, but they are modest when it comes to displaying their patriotism. But now it seems that they're just kind of letting their hair down, and they're showing that tie to this country.
Yeah, and I'd love to, like, one of the reasons that we sort of started with talking about it for this podcast is because it's kind of national. There's very few moments where it's just a thing that's happening across the country and everyone's feeling it. Maybe the last time was when the Raptors won in 2019, like when suddenly there were Raptors fans across the country and everyone felt like they could jump in and participate. But maybe this is the next time, maybe since COVID, where people were pulling together, doing we're all in this together stuff, where people are really sort of circling around an idea of collectivity around nationalism. And that's why I wanted to make sure we talk also to Ryan Jesperson, who's with us, because he's based out of Alberta, and I was wondering, are you guys seeing the same thing?
Yeah, well, first of all, Vicky, we're really looking forward to when the entire nation comes together again and celebrates the Edmonton Oilers Stanley Cup championship in about 8 weeks from now. But I find it really interesting, and Adrian as well, sharing the story. The kind of anecdote of Mom's Street, and these Canadian flags are popping up, and yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is just a personal story. We had our house painted last summer, and around that time, we had a Canadian flag. We live in a heritage neighborhood. A lot of people fly Canadian flags per tradition through the decades, but the Canadian flag and flying it so proudly had kind of come to represent something else. Maybe in particular in the prairie provinces and downtown Ottawa with all the semi-trucks parked down there. But it was a bit of a weird feeling. And full disclosure, up until now, I don't feel like much of a patriot telling this story on election night, but we have not yet reinstalled our Canadian flag. For that reason, there was kind of a hesitation. I feel like the flag has been taken back almost by the collective. We're now rallying under this flag and coming to explore what sovereignty looks like, why it's worth fighting for. Is there a good or productive version of nationalism? So we are having that conversation, and we've certainly seen it across the country for sure, from BC's premier speaking out, from Doug Ford speaking out that Canada's not for sale. Of course, entrepreneurs, business advocacy group like Chambers of Commerce, everybody with their own context on why this is an important conversation. On the flip side, in my home province, my beloved home province of Alberta, there's also these murmurings, these rumblings about not just Canadian sovereignty, but Alberta sovereignty as well, and what the implications might be of a Mark Carney, Liberal government, in particular, majority government. I don't want to come on this show tonight and start fanning those flames. And I don't think, as a matter of fact, it would ever happen. Count me among the majority of Albertans who would fight like hell to keep Alberta as part of Canada. But it's an interesting parallel storyline that we're keeping an eye on. Polling suggests that up to 30% of Albertans might feel that way, like they'd be better off alone.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that I find kind of striking about this election, and is a through line that whoever wins will really have to deal with, which is, you have someone like party grandee Preston Manning of the Conservative Party warning that a Carney victory would fuel some kind of separatist movement in Alberta. On the other hand, you have decisions like we saw at just before the calling of the election, Mark Carney changing the Minister of Canadian Heritage to the Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity. So there's a tension that I think is ripe to be explored. I think one of the other things that really strikes me is speaking of the Edmonton Oilers, like this is a bit of a battle of the Alberta Sons. If you buy that it's Pierre Poilievre versus Mark Carney. One grew up in Edmonton, that's Mark Carney, the other growing up in Calgary, and they're sort of articulating something different about two people who came from almost similar places, or at least a close place in the country, but they're articulating different visions of what Canadian culture could be. You see that in a little bit of the party platforms. For example, Mark Carney and the Liberals were sort of promoting the National Parks Pass and, saying Canada strong, whereas you have the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre talking about, Canada first and defending our borders. And they kind of calmed down this language, but heading into the election, they were talking about, eliminating some of these things that they would have called quote unquote wokeness or wokeism, which just doesn't, it's so hard to say, that they felt kind of echo what we see in American politics, but they felt like it was chipping away at Canadian identity. And so you have two very different articulations of what it means to be Canadian. One sort of echoing a more, 1950s era, everyone in harmony, we all love the national parks system. And then you have a kind of a different angle on it that says like, if we're returning to tradition, let's return to the real kind of core Canadian tradition and defend our particular institutions that are involved in that, like the RCMP and so on. And so I think it's, going to be fascinating to see who Canadians decide on. Not that culture is the number one, but I think it is, the thing that kind of pins a nation together.
Well, and I mean, and you talk about, cultural institutions, the CBC, like it's been interesting. I think the CBC has the national broadcaster has been running more promos for itself than anything else over the past number of weeks, and it kind of feels like, I mean, it's a celebration of their legacy, but let's be real, it's the CBC fighting for its very existence and reminding Canadians the important role that it's played in not just telling the stories of Canadians and not just ensuring that Canadians have access to information, that the democratic process is protected, that the fourth estate is healthy, that politicians are held to account, and all of the things that would be used to justify any broadcast entity that receives public funding, but also reminding Canadians that the CBC itself is part of our understanding of Canadian identity. I mean, you know, you don't have to go far. I mean, the Mike Myers campaign, you know, the Liberal campaign sitting behind the bench with Mark Carney, and you know, one of the first things they go to, Casey and Finnegan. Like, we all remember that show. Everybody, you know, people will take different things. Maybe someone remembers Knowlton Nash's voice on the National, or maybe somebody remembers Adrian Arsenault's reporting from somewhere, or maybe somebody's story was told when a home builder took them for granted and they saw it. Whatever the case may be, the telling of, you know, when the new flag, the maple leaf flag, I mean, all of these things, right? It's the CBC is not, perhaps this is best left to the voice of another Edmontonian, Marshall McLuhan. The medium is the message. And we've seen that. And tonight, in part, I don't think the CBC is the ballot box question, but some people will be voting based on, does the CBC deserve or not deserve the $1 billion that Pierre Poilievre says he'll cut from it? So interesting. You're right, Vicky. And the elbows up campaign, the whole rallying around protecting what we have and recognizing, celebrating, and unabashedly reminding Americans that we are very different from them. We're different to our core. And it's not just things like gun ownership. It's not just things like states' rights or how the Supreme Court operates or elected judges versus it's the whole foundation of the country. And that's been remarkable to see. I think the majority of people, I mean, I know there are some 51st staters here in Canada. We hear from a few loud voices on the prairies. But I think generally speaking, Canadians have rallied in nonpartisan fashion. The question is tonight, at the ballot box, how will people answer who they believe is the best to protect that Canadian sovereignty and to carry Canada forward as we continue to define our identity? We're a young nation.
And yet a conversation that doesn't seem to be happening, and I wonder why not, is that the relationship between the Canadian state and Indigenous peoples. In all of this, that has seemed to be missing. That seems to have been, at least to me, a glaring omission in this so-called national conversation that we're having.
It's such an important point, Adrian, and on Real Talk on my show in our live chat today, somebody referenced that exact point when we were talking about, you know, what tonight's election result could mean for those that are pursuing some form of Alberta sovereignty, what have you. And somebody made the very fair point that we're talking about, you know, Treaty 6, 7, and 8 here. If Treaty 8 and the oil sands are staying, then I'm not sure how good Alberta's fortunes look leaving. But when was the last time that you heard an Alberta separatist or anybody keen on joining the United States recognizing the treaties and recognizing the incredibly important relationship that's had there? Adrian, not only has that been not part of the international discussion, but you're right. I don't think that we've been having that discussion enough as people living right here in Canada.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that it's going to be a challenge to this formation of this Canadian identity, which is that 15 years ago, you had I Don't Know More pushing back on questions of, you know, Canadian identity and ownership and how the relationship between Indigenous people and the state. Same again in 2017 at Canada 150. And now we're going to, you know, you see this push to get things like critical minerals and open up the Ring of Fire. And that goes through it doesn't go through downtown Toronto or Ottawa. That goes through Indigenous communities at the heart of where they live. And so this question of like forming an economic nationalism that is extractive generally has always been, but expanding on that, I think really pushes back against this sort of coalescing or idea that a Canadian identity will be one thing when it's going to be many things.
100%. And I mean, you know, one of the, obviously I'm going to speak to you from my frame of reference geographically and otherwise, where, you know, election promises of a national energy corridor or talk of energy expansion or energy security or expanding our export markets, what have you, all comes down to pipelines, not exclusively. And I have many friends that work in renewables that would tear their hair out when they hear me say this, but that is a fact. Now the question is,
all
Ryan,
right, he's
so
gonna bring
Ryan,
us up.
I'm just gonna have to break in because some people are going to be tearing their hair out at this news, and the news is that CBC is calling a Liberal majority. So they're calling the election. CBC Radio Canada has just announced a Liberal government, not yet clear a minority or majority, and now I'm just seeing there's been a change that CBC is calling a Liberal majority. So that is pretty stunning news, you know, and this is news that probably would have been unfathomable just 3 or 4 months ago, when Justin Trudeau was still the prime minister of this country. The Liberals were a beleaguered party. It seemed as if their brand was on the outs, and yet in you know, some 4 months later, the party has been resurrected in part thanks to the contributions of one Donald Trump, who threatened this country with annexation, who slapped tariffs on this country, and really kind of changed the political dynamic in Canada, caused a little bit of a political earthquake. The arrival of Mark Carney on the scene as the heir apparent, the leader of the Liberal Party, Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives had had a 20% lead in January, which of course has evaporated, and now we're having a Liberal majority. So Vicky and Ryan, you've just heard the news. Ryan, sorry, Vicky, I'll start with you. Your reaction.
I think this is a huge turnaround. I don't think we'll fully grasp what has happened for the Conservatives and the Pierre Poilievre lead for quite some time. You know, there's something about, you know, perhaps the toxicity of Justin Trudeau's brand that we can reflect on at some point. But I think this is a huge turnaround for the Liberals, who are going to say, very few Liberals are going to say this out loud, but they should be thanking Chrystia Freeland.
Ryan?
I concur with Vicky. I mean, off the top of my head, I think it's the most dramatic political resurrection in Canadian history. It's people at one point where, you know, some pundits predicting that it could get so bad that the Liberals could lose official party status. And if it is indeed a majority government that gives Mark Carney a mandate through the Trump presidency, just absolutely unbelievable. What this means now for relationships with the provinces will be interesting to watch as well, though I will point out quickly that Conservative prime ministers have not necessarily been wonderful to Conservative premiers nor the prairie provinces that have given them a mass number of seats and representation in Ottawa. But I'll be closely watching the responses we'll see from Conservative premiers, starting with Danielle Smith.
Ryan, there are some people, of course, who will be celebrating tonight that you know, pleased that Mark Carney is going to be the prime minister of a Liberal majority government. There are also others, though, who are going to be deeply disappointed, deeply disaffected, very, very angry at the fact that after 10 years of the Liberals, we are going to get at least 4 or 5 years more. How do you think? What do you think Mark Carney should be saying to the people who don't support him tonight, who are really, really feeling somewhat alienated by this you know, development?
Well, I think that if you notice, I think Justin Trudeau did Mark Carney and the Liberal Party a favor by essentially all but disappearing, except for a selfie from Canadian Tire where he was picking up some new kitchenware. You didn't really see much from Justin Trudeau over the past while, but it was more strategy by omission. Mark Carney didn't spend a lot of time ripping his predecessor. He didn't spend a lot of time obsessing over Justin Trudeau. I do think that what Mark Carney needs to do is to continue to do what he was already doing on the campaign trail, but make it more focused and make it more obvious, no subtlety at all, and reassure the Canadians, including some of the jurisdictions, the provinces, and the industries like the energy industry, that a Mark Carney win does not mean devastation for Canada's oil and gas industry. It does not mean that the bankers and billionaires will get richer and that affordable housing will still be but a pipe dream for the millions of Canadians that are struggling to try to achieve that. I think that Canadians said tonight, with this, if it does indeed prove to be a majority government, Canadians said tonight that they're trust in the Liberals is not all but evaporated, but I think that the Liberals are going to have to work hard to convince Canadians that they deserve this government with a new leader, and that they can indeed be different. The Conservative collapse here is absolutely remarkable. I think that, obviously, I think that what the tactics that Pierre Poilievre leveraged and used quite effectively to essentially double their membership, to win the leadership, to take a 20+ point lead in the polls was an interesting one to watch, but ultimately proved to be, a strategy that he couldn't sustain over a longer period of time. And I bet it wore thin on Canadians that were looking for somebody that came across as prime ministerial.
Vicky and Ryan, I'm going to broaden our proverbial weave here, our panel, and ask Max Fawcett from the National Observer to join us. Max, are you there?
I'm here.
Max, your response to the declaration of this Liberal majority government in Canada. Mark Carney, next Prime Minister of Canada. Well, still the Prime Minister and next Prime Minister of Canada.
Yeah, I mean, in some respects, it shouldn't be surprising because that's what the polls were telling us was going to happen. In other respects, it is the most stunning political outcome of my life. A few months ago, the idea of the Liberals even being the official opposition seemed sort of recklessly optimistic. And here we are, and they've somehow managed to form a majority government by the sounds of it. And TBD on how strong it is. I'm really probably, as with Ryan, really looking to see what the results are in Alberta. It would be very nice to have a few Liberal MPs here just to blunt the accusation or the sort of inevitable temper tantrums coming out of the province about how this disrespects Albertans. We need to talk about separatism. If we have a decent sized Liberal caucus here, that will blunt that to some extent. But now I think we're all sort of watching, will Pierre Poilievre win his seat? What will he say when he speaks? There are a lot of balls that are suddenly in the air that again just did not seem possible. It's an interesting moment for pundits like me because I was certainly one of the people who was telling friends and family a few months ago that he was going to be the next prime minister. There was no way that wasn't going to be the case. So maybe we should all be a little more humble about predictions and forecasts. And it's also a reminder to every campaign from now until the end of our lives that there is no such thing as an insurmountable lead. Every lead is surmountable with the right combination of events. Now, the events here are hopefully unprecedented, hopefully once in a lifetime, but I feel like we can't say that anymore. So it's wild stuff, and this is why those of us who love politics do love to follow it and watch it.
I think a former British Prime Minister once said something about events, my dear boy, events. Max, but how did this happen? Take us back 4 months. How did we get from there in January to here? What are the elements that contributed to Mark Carney's resounding victory?
It's all Pierre Poilievre and his team. Because you could run this playback 100 times with a different leader, with a different approach, and I don't think the Liberals win. I think if you had Aaron O'Toole in there, I think he would have won this election. I think Stephen Harper would have won this election. I think a lot of people would have won this election for the Conservatives. But Pierre Poilievre and his team were arrogant. They were hubristic. They didn't think they needed anyone's help. They didn't need Doug Ford. They didn't need Tim Houston. They didn't need basically anybody, because they had it won. And I think that attitude came back to bite them. There was always going to be a challenge for the Conservatives in responding to Trump because, a decent portion of the Conservative Party's base likes Donald Trump. But again, Poilievre and his team handled that about as poorly as you could have. I mean, when he was telling him to knock it off, it just conveyed so clearly that he didn't get it. He didn't understand what this was about. And so they'll be studying this in political science classes, in campaign school, in history books for a long, long time as a what not to do, because they had the ball on the 1 yard line with 4 downs to go, and they did not get it into the end zone.
Okay, I'm just going to hold it there for a second. We're going to go to Natasha Belowski, who is at Mark Carney headquarters at TD Place here in the nation's capital in Ottawa. Natasha, are you there? Is Natasha there standing by? If not, we'll just go back to our panel. Natasha, are you there? Okay. Hi, Natasha. I think you're on mute right now, Natasha. If maybe Natasha can be unmuted. Is she still there? Oh, we're losing our panelists. Ryan, it's just you and me here.
I'm here with you, Adrian.
Which isn't a bad thing, man. Which is not a bad thing. Natasha, are you there? And she's still on mute. She's still on mute.
Hey, sorry, my phone is
Okay.
bugging out a bit, overheating.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, too much live stream.
So Natasha, just tell us what's going on where you are.
Yeah, well, here at TD Place, yeah, the energy picked up a lot, of course, after CBC called it. So there was immediately a huge cheer from everybody. In a couple minutes, I saw, a couple staffers broke out a can of beer. So yeah, spirits are high. Some intermittent chants of Carney, Carney, Carney. So yeah, I think this is setting the tone for the night. As it does, it happened quickly when the results came in. And yeah, now I think the party starts.
Natasha, the polls were suggesting that the Liberals were on the way to a victory. But are the Liberals, that you're talking with right now, are they surprised at this result, or were they expecting it?
I haven't even had a chance to talk to a single Liberal yet.
Okay.
I just dashed off into the hallway where you guys can hear me.
Okay.
But I'll, on our next checkup, I'll certainly be talking with folks, getting a sense of, whether this did come out of the left field at all, or whether, they were sort of trusting the polls.
Okay. Well, we'll get back to you soon. Natasha, thanks so much.
Thanks, Adrian. Bye.
Okay, that's Natasha Belowski, who's at TD Place here in Ottawa. That, of course, is Liberal headquarters. CBC has declared a majority government for the Liberals led by Mark Carney, a stunning development. Mark Carney, of course, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, the governor of the Bank of England, who led the British through that very difficult period of Brexit. He is now going to be taking his country, the country of his birth, through what will be a tumultuous period, given the developments, political developments down south, and the impact that they have been having, of course, on us here in Canada. But Mark Carney will be the next prime minister of this country. Again, very surprising news. And Ryan, Max has been very, very critical of the campaign that Pierre Poilievre ran. Was this all about Pierre Poilievre? Is he the reason why the Conservatives went down to defeat tonight?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I guess, when you're the leader of the party, ultimately the buck stops with you. And if you think about it, the surge that the Conservatives experienced in the polls, as mentioned, when Pierre Poilievre won the leadership, he did it with great momentum. He did it by his camp claims, doubling the membership of the party, and that was around the Poilievre brand. And if you talked to the people that were most enthusiastic about that leadership race and about Poilievre's win, it had a lot to do with his personality. It had a lot to do with how he talked to people. It had a lot to do with how he dealt with journalists, and it had very little to do with his track record as a parliamentarian. Like if you actually asked the average Conservative supporter what bills Pierre Poilievre passed or what you thought the files were that he was most strong on, really, when it came down to it, at the end of the day, if they were being honest, they told you that they couldn't wait to see Pierre Poilievre debate Justin Trudeau. They couldn't wait to see Pierre Poilievre take Justin Trudeau down. That was a big, huge part of it. So I think a big part of what people are pushing back on is that the personality that he established, and almost in a way the character that he became, was deemed to be, and I guess the proof is in the pudding, it's on the scoreboard tonight, unsuitable as the Prime Minister of Canada. I will also say that I don't know that the Conservative platform and that their strategists and ultimately the game plan, their offensive coordinator, let's call it, adequately understood what Canadians believe to be the biggest issue this election and what Canadians were most concerned about. And I don't think, quite frankly, that their top policies resonated with Canadians. Number one was axe the tax. And when Mark Carney came in and essentially axed the tax as one of his first orders of business, he lopped off the Conservative campaign at the knees. And I don't think that they really ever answered with anything substantial.
Ryan, how much of this is about Donald Trump?
Oh, I feel like it's almost all about Donald Trump, to be quite honest with you. If this is anecdotal, Adrian, but on my social media feeds, through advanced polling, and most especially today, it's what almost everybody was referencing. People were referencing Canadian sovereignty and Canadian pride. They were referencing Canadian jobs. They were referencing Canadian natural resources. They were referencing values that Canadians hold to be very important. And in more serious or more extreme circumstances, more critical circumstances, let's say, people were referencing World War II and stopping fascists in their tracks. And everything that I've just mentioned is in direct response to the president's continued attacks on Canada, including a post on Truth Social the morning of the Canadian election, encouraging Canadians to vote for him, the president of the United States, to get a better deal and to quadruple our GDP in some industries, which is obviously ridiculous. So I would say, Adrian, to answer your question, this was all about Donald Trump.
Max, you were just suggesting that this was really a referendum on Pierre Poilievre, but is it not the case, as Ryan's suggesting, that it was really Donald Trump that was the ballot question this time around?
It is. I mean, he is sort of the weather that is hovering over all of our politics and has been for the last 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But it was the way in which Poilievre chose to respond to that that shaped this outcome.
What could he have done differently? What could Poilievre have done differently?
He could have taken it seriously. He could have talked about it in language where he acknowledged the threat, and he didn't say things like "knock it off." He didn't suggest that he would do a deal with Trump immediately. But Poilievre didn't take it seriously, right? I think Canadians could tell that this guy did not take the threats that Donald Trump was making against our country as seriously as they did, right? And that's why you see the Bloc Québécois vote collapsing, the NDP vote collapsing. It didn't have to be this way, and it's interesting. Like, he will win more votes and a larger vote share than any Conservative leader since Brian Mulroney, right? But in doing that, he invited the collapse of the NDP vote and basically helped elect Mark Carney. So, like, the strategy that his team deployed was at once a huge success and a ginormous failure, and they are going to have to wrestle with that. Is this just a one-off? Is this just some weirdness due to Trump, or is this a sort of permanent lesson that they have to learn, that they can't be this Trumpy, they can't be this scary, or the NDP vote will do the same thing in the next election?
We're going to bring in Stephen Marr, and we have Anne Legacy Dowson, and we also have Ethan Cox. I think, folks, are you going to join us? I think they're going to join us. So Max, maybe I can ask you, what's the first piece of business for Mark Carney?
Well, selfishly, I'll put my Albertan hat on here, and I'll say that his first piece of business is putting this separatist threat to bed. So I wrote a column a little while ago, basically saying that one of his first things he should do is he should get rid of the emissions cap. The emissions cap is a huge hot button out here. It doesn't do anything for actually reducing emissions. It is a hat on top of another hat. We have industrial carbon pricing. He has said he's a big fan of that. So he should give Alberta something, and then drive the bargain even harder on industrial carbon pricing, because that's where the emissions reductions will happen. It's not going to be on the emissions cap, but soothe some of those nerves. Make it clear that he is a prime minister for all Canadians, and move forward on climate policy, which is what that would accomplish.
We have Anne with us, Anne Legacy Dowson. Anne, your reaction to this Liberal victory tonight?
So I'm shocked. This is a fourth mandate of a very tired party. It's like the Liberal Party is an incredible political machine. That's number one. And probably one of the most resilient political entities in the minority world, or the developed world, or whatever you want to call it. Like, that is an incredible turnaround. And Mark Carney is one hell of a lucky guy. Like, I'm kind of stunned by it. I'm still trying to process it. I'm having the same feelings I had on the night of 2011 when I was in a studio and it was announced that the NDP had won the Magdalen Islands, and you knew something big was afoot, right? That it was like completely a surprise. But this is actually more momentous, if anything, because of the backdrop, which is this Trump threat thing. And I guess really it's about Pierre Poilievre not being able to lift it beyond his hardcore base, you know, that arrogance that Max was talking about, and the, you know, the like tone deaf, like not listening, or worse. And I've seen it suggested that they, in fact, they are kind of mega, like the base of the Conservative Party, that hard base, is pretty sympathetic to US style politics. I'm not saying they're you know, full on annexationists, but some of them are not, they're not hostile to it in the same way that the Liberals and the NDP have turned out to be. And then there's the collapse of the NDP that did, you know, the NDP didn't seize the moment either. And I think also in some part due to a certain amount of arrogance, but also just like a too inward looking, not paying enough attention, you know, to the way the wind was blowing. The only guy who really got it, I mentioned earlier, was Charlie Angus, who didn't run again. So now the question of the leadership of the NDP is up for grabs. And then I think a lot of us underestimated the depth of Canadian determination to not capitulate to American aggression, and a dislike of the kind of disregard for human rights, the kinds of news stories we're hearing about people being deported and taken into custody by guys who aren't even clearly identified as, you know, officers with jurisdiction, these ICE guys in, you know, civilian clothes, pulling people off the streets. Like, this kind of stuff is really upsetting to a lot of people. And I think that's another factor in all of this. But I'm kind of like, wow, that is an incredible result. And I'm really glad to have been with you to be able to watch it and hear from everybody on these panels, because I think it's a really great show that we're doing, that you are doing. And it's an incredible moment. It's an incredible political moment.
And I want to get to Ethan and Stephen, but you said something interesting. You said that Mark Carney is lucky. He's the luckiest man. Why is he lucky? Why did you use that term?
Well, because here's a guy, I mean, you know, his dad was a teacher and a school principal, and I think ultimately an academic at some point. He doesn't come from a big, like, he is a kind of a quintessential Canadian success story in a funny way, as is Pierre Poilievre, whose parents were teachers as well. These are people who are, in a way, products of, you know, the kind of equitable or, you know, fair-minded society that we've all created here in Canada. And then he goes off and gets big academic credentials, a clearly very brilliant guy. And then he builds this huge career for himself. And then he finds a way to endear himself to people in the upper ranks of the Liberal Party. His positioning and his timing is unbelievable, right? And you can point to Chrystia Freeland for sticking it to Justin and bringing the Liberals down, but it's also got to do with the way in which that Liberal government sort of lost speed and came sputtering to an almost complete halt after getting all those great reforms to healthcare through the dental care and the pharmacare, which I kind of harp on, but which I think is also one of the reasons why Canadians are fundamentally different from Americans. We have healthcare, we have social programs, we have unions, we have things that differentiate us in a very clear way from the ways in which the United States is not structured, is not equitable, is not fair, is not concerned about some of these things, or if they are, they haven't managed to pull it off. So he is incredibly lucky because he was born in the Northwest Territories, brought up in Alberta, was able to go off and get these big degrees and credentials, and is able to return as a kind of a golden, I don't know what to call him, a golden boy or something. I mean, it really is an unbelievable, it's an incredible personal story for Carney, but it's also an incredible story for the Liberal Party and in a sense for the country, because we pushed back. We didn't just roll over.
Yeah. Stephen Marr, your response to the news that the Liberals have claimed a victory in this election.
Hi, Adrian. I think
Hi,
Stephen
Ethan.
might have missed the question there. He was totally on Twitter. Well, it looked close for a little while there. I was milling around out in the crowd with the Liberals and reporters in front of and people were kind of looking nervous. And then suddenly all the nervousness left the room. There's a feeling of an exhalation, I think.
Ethan, you've been traveling across the country the last couple of days. What's your response? What's your reaction to this news?
Well, I think a Liberal government is what we expected. I'm still very much looking forward to finding out whether it's going to be a majority or a minority. But a lot of the reporting that I've done over the past week and a half focuses on BC, and that's really where the election is going to be most impactful for parties like the NDP and the Green Party. So right now, we're still seeing results rolling in from BC. I'm very interested to see Elizabeth May if she's able to hold on to the riding of Saanich, Gulf Islands. We're obviously all really interested to see what happens in Jagmeet Singh's riding of Burnaby Central outside of Vancouver. And there's some other really interesting ridings in British Columbia as well. Nanaimo, what was a four-way race where maybe the Greens and the NDP were right up at the top to two incumbent or recently incumbent MPs. So there's a lot of races that I think are still going to come, and that's really going to shape the future of the electoral left in this country. And I think, what we're seeing here is the most catastrophic collapse for the NDP in my memory. And I remember sort of as a child, like the years of Audrey McLaughlin, Alexa McDonough, I remember those being lean years, but I think we might be lower than the NDP was at that point. So I think we're talking about a nadir for the NDP, and where they're able to go from here is going to depend in large part on what they're able to salvage out west. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on those races on the West Coast.
Stephen, I want to go back to you because you wrote a biography of one Justin Trudeau last year. You are a student of the Liberal Party. You've been following this party for a very long time. How did the party do it? How did they manage to resurrect themselves?
Well, it's remarkable. Actually, when you think about the last time that there was a successful handoff was from Chrétien to Martin. And at that time, the party was totally riven by internal drama. This was managed in a funny way with no drama, right? Like Chrystia Freeland put the knife in Justin Trudeau in the time-honored fashion. And Justin Trudeau, to give him credit, said, "Oh, well, I guess I'm knifed." And he did not strike back at her. He seemed kind of wounded. Carney was brought in. And a big difference between this election and the election of where Kamala Harris was running is that Biden would not let Kamala Harris criticize his record. I was told early on by someone close to Carney, oh, Trudeau is not going to say anything if Carney goes after his record. And he did not. He stayed out of this. Right? He's moved on. He's probably doing yoga on a beach in the Caribbean, planning his next move. And he's not whispering or stabbing anyone. So the Liberals really pulled off quite an impressive feat in a way for a very tired operation, right?
And Stephen, what should be the first thing that Mark Carney does? Because Preston Manning, said before this election that if the Liberals were to win, this country was going to face a national unity crisis. Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, says that there will have to be a post-mortem in Alberta to kind of discuss what this means for the province. And it might mean that they need to start thinking about secession, right? So what are the first moves that Prime Minister Carney needs to take?
Well, when I was out in Alberta talking to Albertans about this, like this week, I had a good chat with Monty Sahlberg, who was a minister in Stephen Harper's government. I wanted to talk to him because he represents Medicine Hat, and another former Medicine Hat MP, LeVar Payne, is now involved in the separatist movement. And Sahlberg said, he talked about the pressures within the UCP that are making these things be more prominent. We should not mistake it for a fundamental shift in opinion. A fairly marginal opinion is being discussed in a more prominent way. So it isn't that there's been a huge shift in the region. And what he pointed to, he said, people will be disappointed, but if the Liberals win some extra seats in Alberta, then there's a mixed message here. Right? Like it shows actual vitality in the region that some Albertans are listening to Carney. So I'm very interested in seeing that, and whether I'm told they're competitive in some of the Saskatchewan ridings. It's been, when did Ralph Goodale lose in Saskatchewan? 2019, right? So, you know, one thing I was thinking when you were discussing earlier about the difficulties with the NDP, I have been kind of expecting Canada to follow the other big democracies and become a two-party system. A lot of people have been, like, for a long time, we've been kind of the outsider, and it coincides with increased polarization, right? We can see exactly New Democrats and Bloc and Greens move their votes to stop Pierre Poilievre. PPC voters move their votes to try to stop the Liberals. This is what happens when polarization increases, right? When the idea of the other team winning is so abhorrent that you give up your own party to block the other group. And I think that the increased talk of Alberta separation is just another sign of increased polarization. It's still nowhere near what it is in the United States, but that's one of the things that has happened in this election. And I suspect going forward, the Liberal, maybe the party of the federal left, and the NDP, the party of the provincial left.
And if I may, Adrian, I just wanted to put on my editor hat for a minute and say that Stephen has been on the road in Alberta and Quebec and written 2 amazing features on the separatist movements in both of those provinces. And those features are both available on ricochet.media. I think they're evergreen and very much worth your time, even though the election is past now.
Indeed, indeed. Max, if I can turn to you, because Mark Carney has been seen as being a capitalist who understands the existential threat that climate change poses to this world of ours. And I'm wondering, you know, how do you think, given the kind of national unity challenges that Mark Carney, I would imagine, is going to face, how do you think he's going to approach the climate file?
Carefully. You know, it is much more difficult for him to do the work that he would want to do, which is working through markets, through agreements with other G7 nations, you know, carbon trading, what have you, with Donald Trump in the White House. You know, trying to do climate finance without the Americans supporting you is pushing a very heavy rock up a pretty big hill. But I think he will absolutely, you know, infuse climate policy into our trade relationships and negotiations with the Europeans, you know, with other countries that aren't the United States. And I think he will be a little more careful with the climate file than Justin Trudeau was, just in terms of doing things in ways that are not as easily weaponizable by people like Danielle Smith. You know, things like the emissions cap, things like the consumer carbon tax. I think he understands that to do climate policy in this day and age, it has to be a difficult target to hit. And the big mistake I think that his predecessor made is they made all their climate policy targets the biggest targets possible. And I don't think he's going to make that mistake. So we'll see. But that would be my sense, is that he'll work through the financial markets and through industrial carbon pricing.
You know, Max, there are some pundits who've been suggesting that this election campaign has exposed a kind of generational divide in this country, that the so-called graybeards, and I'm not talking about you being a graybeard because you're actually a young person, right, or a younger person, but
there's some gray.
but the older folks, you know, tending to support Carney, and the younger 18 to 36 grouping supporting Poilievre. Now, I know, Max, that you've pushed back on that. You actually think that those numbers are flawed, and that in fact more young people are supportive of Carney than Poilievre. But maybe you can kind of address that. Is there a generational divide in this country? Is this something that we need to be considering and thinking about?
Yeah, absolutely there is. It was one of the first issues that Poilievre really, I think, struck gold with, you know, was the frustrations of young people and the housing markets, especially in, you know, Toronto, Vancouver, but increasingly Montreal, Calgary, Edmonton. You know, there was a very good point made by conservatives, which is, you know, there are 2 separate economies in this country right now. There is an economy for people who own real estate, and there's an economy for people who do not own real estate. And if you own real estate, things look a lot better than they do if you're a renter or if you're, someone who is, trying to save up for a home. And I think Poilievre was absolutely devastating on that. He did so much damage to the Liberal government, and good damage, accurate damage, fair damage. I think the reason why that gap closed, I think it existed for a while. It closed because Mark Carney is credible on this stuff in a way that Justin Trudeau wasn't. He came in, he said, "I'm going to use the government to build housing. We're going to use the power of the government to get into the home building business." I think that is significant. I think it was with a lot of young voters, and I think they thought, at the very least, these guys both take it seriously, which you could not say for the Trudeau government. So yeah, there's a generational divide, and that's one of the things he is going to have to address immediately. Over the next few months.
Okay, and we're going to come back to you, but I just have to make a quick announcement, take a short break, and then we'll come back to you. But just a reminder that tonight, as election results unfold before us, remember that strong democracy depends on strong journalism. Support Ricochet Media and Canada's National Observer with a monthly donation to ensure we can continue bringing you the thorough, fact-based reporting when Canadians need it most. Go to ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. And let me say that one more time. Go to ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. And we are back with the National Observer Ricochet media broadcast of federal election 2025, an election that has now been declared a Liberal victory. Earlier in the show, I spoke a little bit too soon and stated that it was a Liberal majority, and I was mistaken. So my sincere apologies for that. We don't have enough information to declare it a Liberal majority yet. I've just seen that CBC is projecting actually a Liberal minority. But David, whether it's a minority or majority, this is a significant, development in Canadian politics, and kind of gobsmacking news that the Liberals that were left for dead, 3-4 months ago, have risen from the dead and are now going to be, back in power in Ottawa.
I would say so, and I would echo what Max told you a little while ago, is that if you had told us even a few months ago that we'd be having this conversation, I would say no. There's just no way. There's no way that you can make up that much of a difference in the polls. And we started to see the shift, right? When Trudeau resigned and then Carney came on board, and we saw the polling, and even, I think, to me, when I thought this is possible, even with the just suggestion that, Carney could win the leadership and Trudeau's name was still on the ballot, the Liberals were making significant gains. And the difference in the polling numbers was probably about 5 or 6%, right? So that was, it seemed doable at the time, but for the Liberals, that is. But yeah, I mean, this conversation is just, I can't believe it. I've been covering politics for a long time, and this kind of turnaround. Remember, they used to say, well, what are the odds of the Liberals winning a 4th mandate? Now, that was under Trudeau, but what are the odds of them winning a 4th mandate? And they were slim to none. And here we are having a conversation. And really, the only reason why they're not projecting a majority yet is because there are many, many races where the margin is like a 100 vote difference, and it's just too close to call. But there are many incumbents whose races they still have to dig into, right? So the path, the numbers still look pretty good, but I'm looking at the share of the vote right now. The Liberals 44.5%, the Conservatives 40.7%. That now, the NDP is at 11 right now. So 12 is the threshold for them, official party status. But essentially, hey, we're looking at a 2-party race. This is, you have to go back in history, and I'm not a historian, but I've heard enough of them talk that you have to go far back in history to kind of remember when this happened again. I mean, the Bloc at 24, I mean, they totally underperformed, and that was the point where things started to flip in the Liberals' favor. And what also happened in Atlantic Canada is that some of those advanced polling numbers came in. And that helped Sean Fraser, who last time I checked had opened up a 500 vote lead over the Conservatives, and it's also helped a few others as well. So there's still a lot of moving parts, but I mean, the fact that the Liberals are returning at all, I mean, it's gobsmacking. I just don't know how else to describe it.
David, I'm just looking here that CTV is projecting Toronto St. Paul for the Liberals, which is a significant development because, of course, in the by-election, Leslie Church had lost to Don Stewart, the Conservative at the time. That really sent a message to Justin Trudeau that it would no longer be business as usual. Leslie Church is back for a second round. It's almost like Ali Fraser. Or but back for another fight, and Leslie Church has won this round. But David, tell us a little bit about some of those ridings that you think are telling the story of tonight. What are some ridings that you can point to?
I think that one tells the story because you remember that was the riding where they said, look, it's in tough for the but that belonged to Carolyn Bennett. I mean, she was a stalwart. She was a very popular cabinet minister.
Liberal cabinet minister.
I mean, a liberal cabinet minister, and she won by huge margins. Like, she won by 50%. Like, it wasn't even close. This was the liberal stronghold, and the narrative going into this is if they can't hold on to the liberal strongholds, then they have no hope. And they talked about even being surpassed by the NDP to form the official opposition. So that's where it really started to go downhill. Because you remember by that time, Trudeau was able to beat back some of the ditch Trudeau forces. He was able to beat them back. But when that result came in, it was like game on again, right? And he was under renewed pressure. So the fact that she was able to win that back and when I checked at 10:26, she was ahead by 1,840 votes. Okay, so she's won. Huge, right? You remember that she won by a few, she lost by a few hundred. So that's a huge switch. Now, if you project that to a few other ridings, in the GTA, and maybe Southwest Ontario, could be, those kind of results could get the Liberals into the majority territory that they want. And why is it important to have a majority and not a minority government? Because you don't want to give the Conservatives a chance to, I don't know, do what they can do, right? You want a majority government because a Mark Carney government is going to have to make some very tough decisions, right? It's not a given that you can protect supply management in Quebec. It's not a given. It's not a given that you can guarantee any sector 100% that you can protect them, and you're going to have to make some very tough choices. Or maybe you might have to run up some deficits in order to support workers. So all of those deficit projections that the Liberals had costed out, that could go out the window. And all of a sudden, you've got your blue Liberals who are saying, now, wait a minute here. You promised that you would hold down spending. Well, guess what? The threat is worse than we thought. So you can see why the Liberals are really holding out hope for a majority government. Stephen Guilbeault, the former environment minister, was just interviewed, and he was cautiously optimistic, but still a little wary. So we'll have to wait a little while yet to see if they can get to that majority.
Although, David, a majority government is good for the Liberals, but some people might say it's not necessarily good for the democracy, and that in fact that now if the Liberals are held to, let's say, 164, 165 seats, then the NDP become kingmakers, and the NDP can then, they can then contribute to possibly a more progressive agenda.
Well, that's exactly what they wanted, right? That's what Jagmeet Singh wanted. If he wins his riding, that's not a given. But if Francois Blanchet has won his riding, that's what he's got. He's got like 20. He'll have about 24, 25 seats. He'll be able to do that, right? So maybe that discussion about what do you do about supply management, maybe the Bloc has a say in how that is negotiated if they hold the balance of power, right? So that's why it's, this majority minority is so important, because it really dictates how the Liberals can govern.
Yeah, David, we're going to end it there for now. We're going to get back to you, but we're going to speak with Emily Blake in Yellowknife. So, David, we'll chat in a bit.
Always a pleasure, man. Take care.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
And that is David Mackay, of course, the managing editor of Canada's National Observer. And right now we're going to go north. We're going to go north to Yellowknife in the Northwest Territories. And we have Emily Blake from Cabin Radio who is joining us. Emily, are you there?
I'm here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Great to see you. Emily, of course, is the assistant editor at Cabin Radio. And Emily, what kind of night has it been in the north?
It's been pretty busy. So I'm here at Liberal HQ right now. We, of course, only have one riding for the whole of the Northwest Territories. Right now, about, I think, 30 some odd out of 109 polls are reporting with the Liberal candidate in the lead.
Okay. And what has been the history of that riding?
So we have had a Liberal MP since 2015. Before that, we had an NDP MP for 9 years. We had a Liberal before that. We haven't had a Conservative MP since 1988.
And what has been, or what was the ballot question, would you say, in the North for this election? What were people most preoccupied with?
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a single ballot question. There's a lot of different things, and it's not necessarily all that different from what's happening elsewhere in Canada. So things like cost of living, the housing crisis. We have a huge infrastructure deficit up here in the north. Arctic sovereignty and security we've seen come forward as more of an election issue during this election.
Now the Liberal candidate in the riding is Rebecca Alty, and she was the mayor of former mayor of Yellowknife. Can you tell us a little bit more about her?
Yeah, so she's a born and raised Yellowknifer. She has worked in the mining industry before she ran. She was a counselor. This is her second term as mayor. She is technically still on mayor as our mayor. She's just on unpaid leave. And of course, if she wins, she will no longer be the mayor.
And what do residents in the riding, what do they feel they need from a federal government? What are they looking for from a federal government?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends who you ask that question to. We're a huge territory full of a lot of different communities with a lot of different needs and a lot of different makeups. I'd say in general, Northerners have felt pretty neglected from the federal government. We only have one MP for the entire territory, so we don't have a huge voice in the federal government. We have a lot of issues that need addressing and that need federal funding and help for.
One of the issues that needs addressing is the fire, of course, that took place that so devastated, Yellowknife. And we know that there was a major evacuation that took place there, and that Rebecca Alty was leading that evacuation, and then there was some controversy about it. Can you kind of tell us a little bit more about the role that she played in the evacuation and the fallout from that?
Yeah, so it was interesting. So technically, the territory was actually the one that called the evacuation, and that was majorly responsible for it. I think from the city end, there was a lot of concern because we didn't know what the city's plan was if an evacuation was going to happen sort of until the last minute. And it was pretty clear that the plan that they did have was inadequate. There wasn't a lot of communication. We're still waiting on a territory-wide review of what happened in the 2023 wildfire season. But one thing that we already know is, communication between the different levels of government wasn't very good. There wasn't a lot of understanding of what a different level of government was responsible for. They dropped the ball on a lot of different things. And it was a really difficult time for a lot of people.
Yeah. In terms of communication, both Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney in this election campaign communicated very clearly that their parties have an agenda for the North. They made pointed visits to the North. How did Northern issues show up in this election?
Yeah, I mean, I think it showed up majorly when it came to the issue of Arctic security and sovereignty. That's what we saw the leaders talking about when they've come to the North on visits. I think one thing that is actually missing from that, though, is actually the Northern voice. A lot of times it's the federal government telling the North and people in the North what it's going to do for us, as opposed to listening to what we want.
And Emily, moving forward, what are people in the riding going to be looking for from the new Liberal government led by Mark Carney? What are going to be their main priorities in the weeks and months to come?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few different Indigenous governments that are working on land claims and self-government agreements. I think people are looking for those to get advanced. There's some major infrastructure projects that we're looking for federal funding to be injected into. And I think just paying more attention to the North and understanding that Northern sovereignty means Northern people and investing in Northern people.
Mm-hmm. I know that you've been covering this election very closely. It can be a marathon. 6 weeks is a long time. What are some of the kind of things that you're going to be taking away from this election? Things that have kind of stuck with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a different kind of election in a lot of ways. Last election, I don't think it was really a shock that the Liberal candidate, the incumbent, won. I think this election is going to be a little more interesting to see when we have stronger candidates from other parties. I think it's going to be, this election was a little more stressful and a little more, tension and sort of nastiness. And I think coming out of it, it's going to be, what do people want from their community and their government?
Okay. All right. Well, Emily, thank you so much for joining us, and great work. I know that you've been working what 24/7, I'm sure, over the last couple of weeks. So I hope that at the end of this you'll be able to get a little bit of rest.
I hope so too.
Okay, Emily, thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
And that was Emily Blake, the assistant editor at Cabin Radio, coming to us live from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. The North, of course, was something that both, all party leaders were talking about, but particularly Mark Carney from the Liberals and Pierre Poilievre, as Emily said, made a point of visiting the North and indicating that if they were to lead a government, that the government would have a very, very clear and engaged agenda for that region, that very important region of the country. Well, you are listening to a special federal election show. The show is being sponsored by Ricochet Media and also Canada's National Observer. And we've been very fortunate to have many other independent media outlets across this country assist us with the work that we've been doing over the past 4 hours. Organizations like The Local, organizations like APTN, and many others that I'll mention before we leave. But at this point, I just want to note that tonight, as election results unfold before us, remember that strong democracy depends on strong journalism. So we want to encourage you to support Ricochet Media and Canada's National Observer with a monthly donation to ensure that we can continue bringing you the thorough, fact-based reporting when Canadians need it most. Go to ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. Once again, go to ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. We really would appreciate your support. And of course, the support that you provide, the monies that you provide really help us to do journalism that isn't happening anywhere else. This is journalism that always tries to ask difficult questions, that journalism that isn't afraid of addressing the proverbial elephant in the room. It's fearless journalism, and it's journalism that is always concerned about ensuring that power is accountable, that our national institutions actually are transparent, and that those who exert a lot of power and control in this society are always held to account. And so that's our promise as independent media, and we can certainly be helped we can be assisted in pursuing that kind of task, that work, that project with your support. Right now, we are going to go to Saanich, BC, I think. And I think we have Chloe is with us, Chloe Logan in Saanich. Hi, Chloe.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I've been here for a few hours now, and things are just kind of starting to pick up. Elizabeth May's here, and she very briefly addressed the crowd and noted the projected Liberal government, but said it's too soon to comment on anything at this point. So no huge words from her, but she's here. She's sang a song with her husband. Music's being played, and people are just kind of mulling about still. It's still early in the night.
Chloe, Elizabeth May is in a dogfight tonight because Saanich Gulf Islands has become, at least the polls are suggesting, a three-way race. Is that it? And she, although she's been able to win numerous elections, she might not win tonight.
Yes, yeah, that's completely true. And I think final polling had, the Greens overall at 1% of the popular vote compared to 2.3% in the 2021 election, which is down from 6.5% in the 2019 election. So seeing them dwindle, and her share of the vote, went from 55% in 2015 to 38% in 2021. So yeah, and I think this riding's really interesting. I just spent the weekend on Salt Spring, and I talked to a few people there, and there's Green voters who are voting Conservative for the first time, who are voting NDP for the first time. Like, I think you're seeing people switch in really interesting ways. And so, yeah, I think there's definitely, I felt, especially earlier in the night, that there was quite like a nervous energy when there were a few people here. I've heard supporters talking, yeah, just about how kind of uneasy they felt. Like this is not a shoo-in. But I read somewhere May talking about, you know, when she first won her seat back in 2011, taking it from Conservative MP Gary Lunn, that was you know, just as uncertain, if not more, than now. So she's still keeping positive, that's for sure.
And yet at that time, the Greens had hopes of expanding their footprint across this country, that they would have seats not just in BC, not just in maybe southwestern Ontario, but in every single province in this country. And that has not materialized. And I'm wondering if the Greens are having questions about what a federal Green Party is for.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think they're grappling with that. And I mean, it's been a tricky few years for the Greens. And I mean, this election has been so heavily focused on, you know, cost of living and now Trump and tariffs. And we've seen environment take, you know, a big backseat, climate take a big backseat. And that's something that we've reported on quite a bit. So, I mean, yeah, I see them struggling to get their footing there. And yeah, I think, you know, there's people here, you see supporters where the environment is still, you know, top of their list, their number one priority, but overall we're not seeing that, you know, be the top priority for voters.
Is there any talk amongst Greens that perhaps Elizabeth May has held on too long?
I think that's something that people have talked about for a while. I mean, yeah, conversations that I've had with, you know, political scientists and things like that. I mean, I think the Green Party has always been Elizabeth May's party. You know, she, I think, resonates deeply with people and with her supporters. And I think they've obviously, yeah, had a really difficult time finding another leader who can step into her shoes. And I'm not sure what a real transition would look like, having someone that could really be the face of the Green Party like she's been. And, you know, I mean, it's been, yeah, like 16 years or whatever that she's had this seat. It's been such a long time. And so someone stepping into those shoes, I think is really tricky. And yeah, I think that's, I mean, people have said she's held on too long, but then they've also said, what's the other choice? And I think that's a really tough question.
How devastating was the fact that the Greens were unable to participate in the debates? How devastating was that to the party, and particularly to someone like Jonathan Pedneau, who wasn't really known? He wasn't a known quantity in this country, and was, I would imagine, hoping to use the debate to make a bit of a statement.
Yeah, I mean, from what I read, I mean, especially, yeah, for Jonathan Pedneau, that was kind of, I feel like his opportunity to be introduced to Canada at large, and yeah, his chance to face off with his opponents, and he didn't get that. Yeah, both him and May were, I think, very disappointed in that. It's hard to say like how much that would have changed things for them, but I think not having that opportunity is, you know, when we're looking at an election like this where they're already struggling to gain footing, I think, you know, a blow like that, you know, that they did not want that to happen. That's really tricky for them. They were hoping to at least, I think, garner a little bit more support there. But to me, I think the main thing would have been introducing Jonathan Pedneau to a larger audience. So I think that's, yeah, maybe even the harder blow that came from them being, yeah, shut out of that at the last minute there.
Okay, well, Chloe, I know that the night is still young in Saanich right now, so I know that you have more reporting to do. Thanks for joining us, and we'll check in with you a little bit later.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And that's Chloe Logan, a reporter for Canada's National Observer, reporting from Saanich, Gulf Island. Saanich, of course, is the home base for Elizabeth May, the longtime leader of the Green Party, who is in the fight for her political life tonight in that riding where she might not pull it out. But of course, her supporters are hoping that she will. Well, joining me right now in Ottawa at the Quebec Polyv headquarters is Arno Kapetsky. Arno, not a lot of folks there, and not a lot of noise. Give us an update. What's happening at headquarters? What's the mood like?
Oh, we got a cheer coming up right now, actually. Sorry, I'm not sure what that is. I guess anytime somebody like a little bit of good news trickles in, you get a bit of a cheer, but that's definitely the exception. It's been, oh, okay. Well, I don't know what the news is that just came in, but up until this last 30 seconds, it has been a very subdued atmosphere. People have been trickling out and leaving. Actually, you can see perhaps that the seats are still largely empty. There are a few people here, but not a festive mood. I've seen a few tears coming in. They're chanting, bring it home. So I'll be interested to tune back in and see who just won a seat or something. But and then we just saw also that the very, very early results are that Pierre Poilievre is actually trailing in his own seat behind Bruce Vandroy. That's what's like, I think, 3% of the polls reporting. But people are definitely, I think, nervous about that as well. So we'll see. The 5 years now contradicting everything I've just been saying. So there's a bit of burst of festivity here. Yeah, that's what I can say.
So Arno, a rather subdued room where
Yeah.
you are right now. Do you get the sense that people are surprised at the result? Were they expecting something different?
I think they knew, Adrian. The staffers have, the Conservative Party itself, as I've learned over this campaign, as the Liberal Party does, they've got their own weapons grade polling that they do, so they don't rely on the polls that I think journalists and the general public does. They know exactly what's going on. I meant to say earlier too, with Pierre Poilievre's moment of emotion last night, part of what brought him to the brink of tears was the first time I had ever heard him acknowledge the possibility of defeat. He said, looking around the crowd at his last rally in his home riding, he said, whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know that I'm gonna keep fighting for you. And I think, in retrospect, perhaps that was an indication that he had a pretty good idea that his number was up and that it wasn't going to go well. I talked to another person here tonight who is a longtime conservative insider on background, so I can't really name any names, but he was saying, we became a victim of our own success. A big critique that he had was that huge confidence that came from that rush to popularity early, right when Pierre Poilievre first took over the leadership of the party. And in the last few months, when they were choosing who the candidates would all be, there was a number of ridings where there's some questions about the democratic process, where really the leadership has kind of plunked in their preferred candidate into a few conservative ridings, and I think really upset some of the grassroots conservative party members throughout the country, really. And so this person that I was speaking to really highlighted that and saying, there's going to be a lot of interesting things that come to light, perhaps now after tonight, when some investigative journalism can maybe crack some doors open. There's been just such a wall of silence behind the Conservative Party. It's been really hard to get anybody to speak to a journalist, not just at Pierre Poilievre's press conferences, but throughout the country, candidates, there's just been a blanket silence, which has been a real defining feature of this campaign. And I think perhaps now, the Nads are going to be out, assuming it is true that Liberals do form government here, whether it's a minority or a majority. I think we're going to start hearing some pretty interesting stories about what exactly happened to this campaign.
And I think it was 1974. Robert Stanfield was the leader of the Progressive Conservatives running against Pierre Trudeau. And there's that famous photo of Robert Stanfield dropping the ball. And that idea of, Stanfield dropped the ball. There's some conservatives who are going to feel as if Pierre Poilievre dropped the ball this time around, that this was a winnable election. This was an election that the Conservatives should have prevailed in, and they botched it. Someone like Corey Tenike, who was very, very critical of the strategy that the Conservatives took in this election campaign. Arno, you're someone who paid a lot of attention to the Tories throughout this campaign. What do you think went wrong?
Well, I think, as so often is the case, their greatest strength became their greatest weakness. These grievance politics. He rose out of the convoy, tapped into this really, really passionate base. That base was very far removed from where the majority of Canadians were. And it didn't. And then, of course, nothing new for me to say that Trump comes along. And not only, I think, the threat that he posed to Canada, but also showing Canadians where Poilievre's style of leadership and politics, which is grounded in simple slogans and I think deceit and a sort of essential meanness, where that was going, what road that we were on. And I think there was a huge chunk of conservative leading people who were helped here ride high in the polls, that then switched over back to the Liberals is one thing I would say. Yeah, I think that's sort of my preliminary analysis, I suppose.
Arno, do you think that Pierre Poilievre continues as leader after this?
There's no way. No. I mean, he might not even win his own seat tonight. The knives are out. They've already been out for a little while. But like you said, Tanenki and Doug Ford, there's been Jason Kenney, a lot of senior conservatives have already been really critical of him. I don't think you squander a lead like this with such a, it's been a very vindictive style of campaigning. Poilievre and his inner circle have been very confident and very borderline cool to any sort of pushback. And I think, it was all or nothing for Poilievre tonight, and there's no way that he survives.
Arno, great work tonight. Thanks so much for this. And, if we can squeeze you in one more time, I'd love to do it.
Well, I'll be here. He's going to come out at some point. There's no indication of when, but
okay.
I serve at the pleasure of your front desk here, so we call it.
Indeed. Thanks, Arno.
All right. Thanks, Adrian.
Okay. All right. And that's Arno Kopetsky. He is at the Rogers Center, which is Pierre Poilievre's headquarters. Of course, this is a devastating night for Poilievre. He, of course, was expecting in January, he was expecting that the position of prime minister was going to be his, but events took place, and he has been consigned. Well, he might be consigned to the history books because he's having a difficult time in his own riding of Carleton. He's facing a real challenge from Bruce Fanjoy, who's run a very spirited campaign in Carleton. Pierre Poilievre has held the riding since 2004, so it would be a major development if the Liberal were to unseat him. Well, right now we're going to go to the West Coast, to Burnaby South. We're going to Jagmeet Singh's event in Burnaby South, and Mark Fawcett Atkinson is there, or is supposed to be there right now. Mark, are you there? Just waiting to see if Mark is there.
I am here, and I'm in Burnaby Central. They've changed the district.
Okay, Burnaby Central, even better.
Yeah.
Even better. So Mark, to tell us a little bit about what's going on in Burnaby Central right now.
So things have started to get a bit busier. We're in a hotel conference room. There's, after a few hours of fairly quiet, there's some supporters, a lot of media. No sign of Jagmeet yet. Yeah, and decent energy, a lot of cheering when some results are coming in across the country, but also some nervous anticipation. Another reporter here, somewhat sprightly maybe, pointed out that a lot of the staff are wearing black, which they very quickly said had nothing to do with the results, but we'll see what happens.
And nervous anticipation because of the fear that the party is going to lose official status, party status, or nervous that their leader might lose a seat, or both?
Both. Yeah, no, definitely that's kind of the energy going around here. But we don't quite know yet. It's still pretty early on.
And again, it's kind of early for a post-mortem, but are the NDP folks that you're talking to, do they understand what's happened? Or how do they make sense of what's happened tonight?
It's still pretty, so essentially people have only really started flowing in the last 10 minutes. So I haven't really had much of a chance to get a sense from, kind of grassroots supporters yet, how they're feeling. Yeah, it's really only livened up in about the last 10 minutes or so here. Obviously people were waiting for the polls to close and then headed over.
Yeah. What, in terms of your coverage of the NDP campaign, what have been some things that you've noticed over the last couple of weeks that maybe you can share with us? Like what has stood out for you in the way in which the NDP conducted their campaign?
I haven't seen a huge presence, other than kind of some of the really strong ridings, in Vancouver where I live. For instance, Jenny Kwan's riding. She's been quite present. I've seen a bit of guerrilla tactics with the NDP.
press people were ambushing reporters after Polyv pressers to try to get their message out. But yeah, I'd say relatively low key. Yeah, and it's not definitely, and talking to some pollsters about this, a lot of what they're predicting is a lot of the vote that might usually lean NDP kind of moving Liberal with the Trump threat.
Mm-hmm. And if Jagmeet Singh manages to pull this out tonight, if he manages to win the riding, given the NDP's poor showing, do you expect him to stay on as leader? Will he continue for another election?
I'd be surprised, but we'll need to see.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mark, thanks so much, and we'll check in with you again before the night's out.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
And that is Mark Fawcett Atkinson, not in Burnaby South, but in Burnaby Central. And that, of course, is the riding of Jagmeet Singh, who is himself facing a real challenge tonight. There are questions as to whether he will be able to pull out a victory. And so we'll be watching that riding over the next couple of hours. Well, joining us now is our panel. Ethan is here, Guido is here, and also Stephen is here as well. And gentlemen, what's kind of standing out for you right now? What are you kind of paying attention to right now? Ethan?
We've got a special treat here at Liberal headquarters. We've got pollster Kito Maggie back, and maybe I'll throw it to him first. And
Can I note that Kito's feeling fairly relieved because the numbers are starting to look kind of like his last poll.
Okay. Well, I suppose that's good news, Guido. That's good news for you.
On the screen, I saw the popular vote share. I was like, oh, that looks a lot like the mainstream. So yeah, the polls were right. There is no big polling failure. Seat counts still look a little different than what we might have expected. I think it's a little bit closer. Still waiting on a lot of seats to be declared, and then once some of that advanced vote starts pouring in, I think we're going to see some of these seats flip. So we're seeing some movement, and it comes down to a handful of seats at this point. The majority is probably I don't know, remote chance, minority government.
And we're seeing right now just 7 seats in between the two parties. But given that we're still waiting on the advanced polls to come in, there's no real chance of a Conservative victory, right? We're still just looking at majority or minority for the Liberals.
I think so. And I don't know how many of this.
Kito, I'm just going to ask if you can hold the microphone a little closer to your mouth, please.
Just hold it closer.
The NDP are declared versus elected. Right now, it looks like they're leading or elected in 10. I expect that to drop. And there's a lot of close seats out. Here, Polyv right now is losing in Carlton, as I said earlier. So I think we're going to go down too.
Okay, we seem to be having that mic. I'm not sure if that mic is working right now, Kito. So maybe we'll just leave it with Ethan.
Is this mic working?
It is. Yeah, that mic is working.
Okay, so I'm going to pass this one here. There you go. Just hold that one close to your mouth.
All right, can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, sorry. I'll try to speak loud. What I was saying is vote share looks pretty close to the polls. The seat count. It's a little bit different than what we expected, but we still think there's a lot of seats that are potentially going to flip once all the advanced polls, which, as I said earlier, are the last ones to report because they take the longest to count. I know Carlton's seat just popped up on the screen here beside us, and we're at the Liberal party, so. Big went up. Air Polyv could still lose, and that's pretty consistent.
Okay, I think we're having some real trouble with this microphone. Maybe we can try with Stephen. I don't know, Stephen, if you're there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's better. I can hear you there. But
so
Stephen,
I'm louder than Kito.
Oh, Stephen, I wanted to ask you this question. I wanted you to kind of address the politics of all of this. What's the difference between a minority and a majority for a Mark Carney-led government? What will that mean for his mandate?
Well, it'd be a huge difference. He will not really be in as good a negotiating position in dealing with Trump if Trump knows that he's got an unstable government at home. It's sort of typical in a way that after a baton pass, if you look at history, it would be unusual for one leader to take over and then win a majority. This is an unusual election, so, you know, but he's going to have to make a deal, not necessarily another supply agreement. I covered the Harper government, and early on, Stephen Harper would just go from one thing to the next and find dance partners as he needed them. So, you know, if Pierre Poilievre has lost his seat and Jagmeet Singh has lost his seat, you've got a good year and a half where Carney is going to be able to have some freedom of movement, because those parties are not going to be in any position for an election if they're leaderless. You know, in a sense, though, it's quite difficult for the country. I had been hoping we would get a majority government because I'm concerned about stability and so on. And it's starting to look like we might not get that.
Ethan, does Mark Carney need a different supporting cast? You know, there have been one of the criticisms of Mark Carney is that he seems to have assembled the usual suspects who are in positions of power within his liberal circle. Does he need a different team in order to, you know, put forth Canada's kind of strongest position when dealing with someone like Donald Trump?
Well, I think he certainly doesn't think so. I think we've seen that Mark Carney didn't shy away from including a lot of senior Trudeau Liberals in his team. I think what's really going to be interesting, and not to belabor the point, is if they get a minority and who he needs to add into his team from some of those other parties. What type of agreement he needs to make with the other parties, or one other party. But it's going to be really interesting to see. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of a cabinet Carney puts together. I think we're going to see a cabinet that is focused really on the United States, on Trump. So it's going to be interesting.
Stephen, what are you expecting from the next cabinet, from the next Mark Carney cabinet? What are some predictions that you have?
Well, I think that partly depends on whether it's a minority or majority. One of the problems with a minority is that you have to sort of carefully target different segments of society and make sure that they are reflected in your cabinet. One of the things I liked about the brief Carney government is that he reduced the size of cabinet. You get this sort of, you end up with a government with all these kind of people in it who are not there necessarily to tackle a project or to change the file, but are there because, well, we've got to make sure that Francophone New Brunswickers have someone in cabinet, and with, you know, you get this kind of representation issue along geographic and ethnic and demographic lines that gets more and more elaborate as time goes by the end of Trudeau's government. And this is not a comment on particular segments of society. The same thing happened with the Harper government over time. You need to sort of keep buying more and more people off. And it would be nicer in a way, given all the problems we have, if we have a cabinet that's focused on solving problems.
I should note that as we were speaking, you know, the Liberals now up to 163. It looks like as these advanced polls start reporting, which we're at the time of the night when that will happen, the Liberals are now at 163. They're 9 short of the majority. If the NDP drops further and some of these close seats, whether it's the NDP or the Bloc continues to drop and some of these closer seats flip, Liberals are in striking distance now of the majority. And that a lot can change over the next half an hour, 45 minutes.
And Nelson, Stephen Marr has suggested that given the political dynamic that exists between Canada and the United States right now, it's in Canada's interest to have a majority government. There are those, though, who would say that in terms of the Canadian democracy, that having a minority government is actually better for this country. So what would you have to say about that, Anne? How would you respond to that?
I normally like minority governments personally, because I kind of like to see the brokerage politics happen out in the open. It's sort of more democratic, and there's a long history of them being very productive. But this is a bit like a union negotiation right now. If you're going into a union negotiation and you have a strike vote, you want a high number. You want the people sitting across the table to know that the guy or woman negotiating for you has a strong mandate from the members. So it's that dynamic that I see as particular to this moment.
And
well, if this trend continues and the Liberals don't form majority, they're going to have to turn to the Bloc, it looks like, as their dance partner, and that leaves them open to sustained attacks by the Conservatives, who really, really, really don't like Bloc.
I think they could.
And I would also say that means that we could be in another election maybe sooner than we would like to think, because that kind of instability, though it is often good to have minority governments, and you do get certain things done. And I'm thinking of Liberal NDP minority governments specifically, when we saw really interesting policy advances. This is a whole other ballgame, and I don't know. I think it's early yet. We don't know. We haven't got all the advanced polls. There's 7 million votes in boxes that are probably just being opened now, so we don't really know yet. But this is not a definitive result at this point, and I think it could be that this will not last. I just wanted to point out that the Quebec delivered a bunch of seats to the Liberals. The Quebec voters dropped the Bloc and moved to the Liberals in a way that I think was really interesting. And where the Liberals seem to be failing or flailing around a bit is in the Greater Toronto area and in Ontario specifically. So I don't know. I don't think this type of coalition, this type of minority government is going to be a particularly productive one. And I think it may make Canada less effective when dealing with the Trump threats.
And could you imagine a government of national unity? Is something like that something? Is that something you could imagine?
Yeah, I can imagine it, and I think that's sort of what Yves-François Blanchet was kind of angling for when he said, "Well, it's going to be a Carney government. Vote for us. We'll stick up for Quebec, but we can work with these guys, right?" Like that's how he was selling himself at the end there, and to some extent, so was Jagmeet Singh, in fact, right? So. It's kind of funny to think that a government of national unity is in part dependent on the Bloc Québécois, who have a leader that he said, "I don't even want to be prime minister. I just want to be sticking up for Quebec." But life is full of contradictions.
He also calls Canada an artificial country.
Yeah, he really annoyed a lot of people when he did that toward the end of the campaign, I must say. Yeah, and that's been their line forever, really. I mean, that's not new. It's just particularly annoying that close to the vote.
Stephen, you were going to say something. You were going to intervene. Sorry, Stephen, I think your mic is off.
It's not certain. In fact, it looks unlikely that the Liberals would need the Bloc at this point. It looks like the Bloc and NDP numbers may be enough, and the Bloc, an agreement with the Bloc would be toxic to the rest of the country. We've seen that movie before, and so it looks like there may be a way around that. And I do think that we should keep in mind that proceeding without an agreement is often the way these things work, especially if they're almost at a majority level.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Stephen.
Greens ask for proportional or electoral reform. They could say, "Here's one thing we want. Do it."
Quito, go ahead, Quito. You were going to say something.
No, I should note that as we were speaking there, now the Liberals are at 164, the highest they've been all night. The NDP's down to 9. Those two numbers combined gives them a majority mandate. That's 173. That's one more than they need. They can elect the speaker if they need an extra vote. There is one Green seat out there. And I expect that number to actually continue flipping to the Liberals. You know, the vote share is going to end up being close, like we suspected. The seat count, I think, it's going to be pushing close to a majority by the time all votes are counted.
Quito, I know that a pollster's work never ends. And I know that a pollster is always thinking about the next question, the next job. So what is the next question, you know, at the end of this election? What's the next question that you as a pollster would want to pose?
Well, I think, you know, if it's a minority government, you know, pollsters are in high demand. So because you always have to know, you know, how much of the public are you going to get punished when you're making deals with other parties? What are the policies that have broad support? So, you know, minority governments have always been good. Vote shares now within 1.5. You know, this is going to be the close election that we always thought, but you know, building that coalition around issues, it's going to be good for certainly the polling industry. It's going to be interesting horse trading that happens politically. And that's good for the public affairs industry as well. And so Ottawa's going to be a fun place for the next 18 months, I'd say, unless something really dramatic here happens and the Liberals pick up another, they need 8 seats. So it seems hard to imagine that will happen. Just while we were speaking, they dropped to 163. So there's a lot of close seats out there that are flipping.
Okay. All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your contributions tonight. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to return to you, gentlemen, and Anne, gentlewomen as well. Thank you for your contributions this evening. I'm hoping that we'll be able to speak with you one more time, but I'm just going to go to David Mackay momentarily. So thank you so much. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Quito, and thank you, Anne. Thank you. And we're back with David Mackay, the managing editor at Canada's National Observer. And David, I know you've been watching the results.
Oh boy, they've been bouncing up and down like a proverbial bouncing ball.
What can you tell us? What's catching your eye right now?
Well, certainly the narrative, Adrian, has been that when you take a look at the advanced numbers that came in, that skewed in favor of the Liberals. And I'll give you a perfect example. Remember Sean Fraser? We talked about the former Liberal cabinet minister who decided to run again in Central Nova. When I spoke to you a couple of hours ago now, he was behind by about 500 votes. Okay. A lot of the advanced votes come in. I think most of the polls have been reporting. The Elections Canada site keeps on going up and down, so it's hard to keep track. But when I last tracked at about 15 minutes ago, he was up significantly, right? And I just don't know how he's going to be caught. So I think that, you know, that really gives you kind of an example of how things are shifting. And another riding with Anthony Germain, a former colleague of ours at the CBC. He was behind with the advanced votes that came in. He's now 23 votes ahead with a couple of polls to go. So, I mean, that gives you an example. And right across the country, especially in Ontario, there are many, many ridings that are that close. They're too close to call. But
and David, this is unprecedented. Like there were 7.3 million advanced votes cast. That's never happened before in Canadian history.
Yes. And the conventional wisdom, if you some of the pollsters like Abacus and so on, they were saying that it was about a 60-40 split for the Liberals. So if you just do the math and you have those very close contests and you've got all those ballots coming in, then that's why the Liberals seem to be hopeful that they will get to that magic number for the majority.
We haven't talked much about Manitoba today. Haven't talked a lot about Saskatchewan. What are we seeing in Manitoba tonight?
Well, okay, Saskatchewan. We can say that the Liberals were not shut out. They did win one riding, but it wasn't the riding that Ralph Goodale held in Regina, Scotia. That's right. It was a northern riding. In Manitoba, it looks as though they'll win a handful of seats, but nothing really to talk about. And you remember the first conversation we had, we talked about the fact that if the Liberals were going to do really well, that they had to make gains in the prairies. And it looks as though they'll pick up a few seats in Alberta. But if you take a look at Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, maybe they don't end up picking up as many seats as they had hoped. So as has not been the case in previous elections, BC could tell the story, right? So we get to BC, and guess what? We don't know the result yet. But again, I pivot back to those advanced ballots and those really close contests. And if Sean Fraser and Anthony Germain are any indication, then you could see a lot of those battles flip. But I'm looking right now, the Liberals are at 162. They only need another 10 seats, right? So, to hit that majority. So we'll have to keep a look at the numbers, and now the results are starting to come in a little faster.
Manitoba has tended to be a source of strength for the New Democratic Party, and how has the NDP done in Manitoba tonight? And I'm thinking particularly of an MP like Leah Gazan in Winnipeg Centre. So how has she done?
I mean, it's interesting, that you mention her, because when I checked. Now it with the numbers bouncing around as much as they can, it could change. But when I made a notation here, she was behind, right? That's a surprise. So again, could change, but she was behind. If you take a look at Jagmeet Singh, he was behind in his riding. And so I look at the numbers right now, and the NDP are down to 8, right? Official party status is 12. So, I mean, we'll have to see, but I think it's safe to say that the NDP are not doing as well as they would imagine anywhere. They've been, they did win a seat in Alexandre Bouleris did win his seat in Quebec. So there's some positive news there. But as you travel, Ontario, it's not looking that great. The prairies, they'll have a few seats, and BC is going to tell the big tale, Adrian. We'll just see how many seats in BC they're able to hold on, because that has traditionally been their beachhead.
Tell us about the results in Alberta. What can you say about Alberta's results tonight?
Well, not a surprise. The only places where the Liberals are competitive are in Calgary, and perhaps last time I checked, there was no red in any of the Edmonton ridings, but again, that could change. They certainly were hoping to make some gains in Alberta, particularly in the urban ridings. They figured that with Amarjeet Sohi, who used to be the Liberal cabinet minister, who was the mayor there, a very popular figure, they figured that if they had individuals like that who were putting their names on the ballot, that would really help them. And so, we will see. I can see that Elizabeth May is elected. So there you go. So she's going back, and she might be the only Green, because the other Green candidate is behind. So yeah, look, this is turning into a two-party race. I'm looking at the numbers right now. The Liberals are at 162, and the Conservatives are at 149. Right? The Bloc is at 23, the NDP at 8, and the Greens at 1. And the percentage of the vote, when I checked last, the percentage of the vote was very, very, very close, right? So again, the Liberals and the Conservatives eating up the majority of the vote, with only about maybe 2 percentage points separating them. And guess what? That was, if you take a look at the margin of error, that's what the numbers nationally were telling us for the last few weeks.
And the Conservatives have really improved their number of seats. They began the night with 120 seats, so they've gained 29 seats.
Yes, they have. But again, we'll have to see how the splits work, right? And when those advanced polls come in, and we'll see how many of those they can hang on to, and we'll see what happens to the NDP numbers. If the NDP cuts the number in half, and let's say those go to the Liberals, then we could see that the Liberals get closer to the majority. But certainly, no one's ready to call anything yet.
Okay, well, the night is young because there are more there are a lot more votes to count. David, thanks so much, David, for all your work tonight.
It's been a lot of fun,
working with you.
Adrian. Yeah,
Great
you
working
too.
with you. Thanks
Take
so
care.
much. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that's David Mackay, the managing editor at Canada's National Observer. And right now we're going to go to Natasha Belowski. Natasha is at the Liberal headquarters, the victorious Liberal headquarters. Although the Liberals have not won necessarily the victory that we were thinking even a couple of minutes ago. It's getting closer. The Liberals right now have a seat count of 162. The Tories, the Conservatives, are at 149. Natasha, what can you tell us about the mood at Mark Carney Liberal headquarters?
Hi, Adrian. Yeah, I mean, despite, like David said, the seat count's bouncing up and down, the vibes are still high here. There was definitely, I talked to a couple folks, after we last talked, there's a sense of relief, not a lot of surprise at the initial call made by the major news networks, but the crowd is definitely, getting into it, and we've seen some pretty big cheers and excited reactions, for safe seats like Chrystia Freeland's riding, but also quite a big reaction when Carleton came up on the screen, because right now, it is still early, but Pierre Poilievre is trailing Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate. So that got some sustained applause. So, the crowd is into it, and I think we'll even a smattering of applause for Elizabeth May when her lead came up. So that's where we're at here.
Mm-hmm. So relief, you said, Natasha, amongst the Liberals at the TD place tonight. Are they surprised? Like, are you sensing that they're surprised that they were, or were they expecting this result?
Not a lot of surprise, especially from the folks who were out actually canvassing, doing the ground game. A lot of them were nervous this morning, of course, but I think once the results started to roll in, even with a bit of a slow start in Atlantic Canada, I think people settled in a bit and started to feel more comfortable. And then, of course, Ontario and Quebec hit, and it became clear that they'd be at least getting a minority. But now everyone's still very locked in to see, what happens next, and if a majority is in the cards. But people have met lots of dedicated volunteers who live in Nepean, Mark Carney's riding, and they've been out there door knocking relentlessly. And so I think they're relief, but also satisfaction at seeing their hard work pay off.
And any sense when Mark Carney might make an appearance and give his highly anticipated speech?
It could be any time now, so I'll be on standby. I'm always keeping an eye on the photographers to see when they're racing out, but it should be very soon.
Okay, Natasha, thanks so much. Great work tonight.
You too, Adrian. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. And that's Natasha Belowski. She is at a TD Place in Ottawa. That, of course, is where the Liberal Party is taking place tonight. Mark Carney should be heading down there, I would imagine, in the next couple hours, to make his acceptance speech as the next Prime Minister of Canada. Well, I'm joined now by Max Fawcett from the National Observer. Max, quite a night, and it's not over yet. This election is still in play.
Yeah, I think that is my favorite part of what's happening tonight is that we're watching ridings in Calgary and Edmonton and Vancouver, and having grown up in Vancouver and living now in Alberta, it always felt like elections were done and over by the time they started counting our votes. So I think that is a good outcome for national unity, for people feeling like they're part of the election. It hasn't shown up yet that the Liberals are doing as well as they had hoped in Alberta, but again, it's not early, but there's still a lot of votes to be counted, and the fact that we are part of the conversation is a good thing. And you know, maybe there's a majority in here. Doesn't look like there is, but we will see. And I don't know. As someone who grew up on politics, who grew up following politics, I love this stuff. I love that we're counting every vote and we're getting some surprises, and that's what this is all about. Is everyone's getting their chance to have their say, and I think that's a good thing.
Max, what's your takeaway so far from tonight?
Oh, I have many. I think one of them is this is clearly a realignment into a two-party system, as Stephen Maher said earlier. I don't know if it's permanent. I don't know if it's going to last, but it is striking how binary the results are in most of the country. And it sort of feels like this is not over. Whether we get an election in 8 months or 3 years, this is an ongoing conversation. I think, depending on what happens in Carleton, if Pierre Poilievre holds on there, if he wins his seat, they have a tough decision ahead of them, which is, do they keep the guy around who probably is responsible for them not winning this election, or do they try to find a leader who can finish the job and finally put an end to 4 consecutive Liberal election victories? So they have some tough choices ahead of them. I think the risk for the Conservatives is that they may become distracted or consumed by the internal fight, and that may buy Mark Carney and the Liberals maybe more time than it looks like they might have, just with the seat math being what it is.
What kind of mandate, if in fact this is a minority government for Mark Carney, what kind of mandate is this, and what does it allow him to do, particularly with regard to negotiations with Donald Trump, or what does it prevent him from doing? Like what's the consequence of a minority government for Mark Carney?
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, it is an incomplete mandate, and maybe that is the result that makes the most sense here. Canadians are unhappy with a lot of things that the Liberal government did over the last decade, but they're also unhappy with the prospect of Pierre Poilievre leading them in negotiations with the Americans, and so we get the result that we get. The voters are often smarter than the pundits and the pollsters in the sense that they tend to produce the result that the country needs. So I don't think he'll be shorthanded or handcuffed in dealing with Trump. I think he will have the full backing of certainly the NDP, certainly the Greens, probably a lot of Conservatives. But he will have to make an effort to reach across the aisle and reach across different parts of the country. He cannot govern with impunity. He cannot govern, knowing that he has 4 years to do more or less whatever he wants. And that will test him as a politician. That a minority government is no easy task. And you handle it the wrong way. We saw that with Joe Clark in 1979. These things can go back on you. So his education will continue. He's shown himself to be a pretty quick learner. And the next few months, next few years sure look like they're going to be interesting.
And what does it mean for him to reach across the aisle in a concrete way? Like what does that entail?
Well, I mean, I hate to go back to what I said earlier tonight, but I think dealing with the unrest out of Alberta will be a good sign. Dealing with the oil and gas stuff, I think he will have to find a way to split that hair and walk that line in terms of being open to building infrastructure, all sorts of infrastructure, but not
which he says he is. He says he is.
Which he says he is. So exactly. So it'll be a test of whether he's able to live up to that. I think there is a lot of opportunity for maybe not agreement, but common ground. I don't think the Conservatives are going to want to rush into another election, and so he has some time to work with. But that's it. He bought the ticket. Now he gets to take the ride. He has done a lot of impressive things in his career. Navigating a minority parliament while Donald Trump is threatening our sovereignty might be the most difficult challenge of his life. And I guess we get to see if he's up to it.
Well, Max, you've done a fine job of navigating these last 6 weeks. You've done fine work. No, really, and I mean that sincerely, in contributing to the discourse So thank you for all of your investigation and your steady work. And yeah, it's been great working with you tonight.
A pleasure.
Okay, thanks, Max. And that was Max Fawcett, of course, with Canada's National Observer. Well, this brings us to the end of our special federal election broadcast, sponsored by Canada's National Observer and Ricochet Media. And we'd like to thank, of course, all of those folks behind the scenes, the folks that you don't see, but we know are doing the work that makes something like this possible. So we'd like to thank our guests, Nick Hume-Brown from The Local, Emily Blake from Cabin Radio in Yellowknife, Ryan Jesperson and Vicky Mashama, Stephen Marr, Karen Pugliese from APTN, Kito Maggi, and also Frank Graves. The panel's technical production was handled by Zara Kazema and Ramneet Bular. And thank you so much to Ramneet and Zara, who made all of us look much better than we actually are. And who ensured that we had a functioning broadcast tonight. So thank you. And thank you to our audience. Thank you for sticking with us for these last, almost 5 hours. Really, we've witnessed quite a remarkable political development. Mark Carney is going to be the Prime Minister again of this country. It looks as if the Liberals will have a minority government, but there's still votes to be counted across the country. And so both Ricochet and the National Observer will be following this story, of course, in the days and weeks to come. We'd like to encourage you to go to our websites, both for the National Observer and Ricochet Media. And if I can just finally do a final plea, and ask that you continue to support both Ricochet and the National Observer. So tonight, as election results unfold before us, remember that a strong democracy depends on strong journalism. Support Ricochet Media and Canada's National Observer with a monthly donation to ensure we can continue bringing you the thorough, fact-based reporting when Canadians need it most. Go to ricochet.media/donate and nationalobserver.com/donate or scan the QR code. My name is Adrian Harewood. It's been a pleasure being with you for the last 5 hours. Thanks so much. And also a big thank you, didn't mention here, to Jimmy Thompson for all the work that he did in pulling this together. All right, take care. We'll see you soon.